And we are back. Yes, we are. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. Yes, we are back. Of course, that's 10 o'clock ish slot. So we slot into that slot. Are you slotting with us? Not to call you a slot or anything, but just to label that pun. So laboring the pun. Are you with or without? Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. That thing that happens round about 10 o'clock ish is happening again. That bald headed guy that talks in the funny voice, he is talking. Where are you? One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Faila tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, powerful prayer by the mighty K guys. So Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, as guys I bring you this. Ohaneze, Justin Ohaneze describes NNAMDI Kanu's arrest as illegal, ask federal government to release him. So now this is now the first time that organization has essentially come out in this manner. So that's now a new development in that space. Again, the headline, Ohaneze describes NNAMDI Kanu's arrest as illegal, ask federal government to release him. So now that is a turn up for the books, but how does that play out in the wider space? So that at least a turn up for the books. So now this wasn't advertised. This just the story I came across literally just 5 minutes ago, but wanting to bring it to your attention anyway. For insurgents to come so close to fire rockets, I think something is wrong. We have to fortify Maiduguri town. Our governor Zolom, of course, reacting. Rockets now being fired into Maiduguri. So this is now, it's just, let's just consider that because Zolom, I suspect he spends most of his time in Abuja. Let's not now concede now that the whole of Borno state essentially under the governance of our insurgents, Boko Haram and the bandits. For insurgents to come so close to fire rockets, I think there is something wrong. We have to fortify Maiduguri town. Governor Zulum reacts to rocket attacks. So there we are. This is it just goes from bad to worse. Just the narrative of that space. 2023, ex-Kano governor Shekarau visits Tinubu in Lagos. So our president-elect, whether you like it or not, because this is what is shaping out, and it's just playing out before our very own eyes. So I don't think there's any more big player that has not now endorsed towards the Jagaban of GBT. Former Kano governor Shekarau visits Tinubu. So we explore that and what it means. Um, We'll explore this as well and what it means. Northern groups demand sacking of National Security Advisor Monguno over insecurity, threaten mass protest. So quite why this guy is still in situation is beyond anyone because of course he's the security advisor and under his brief, under his stewardship, the country has just completely degenerated in terms of security to the point of just like a wild west. So there is nothing to say that this guy is doing anything in that portfolio or is even suited for that brief. Because of course, look at the state of the nation and look at the designation of that guy. So not fit for purpose. I think everybody can say that. And at last, the penny drops in the north as well. Northern groups demand sacking of National Security Advisor Monguno over insecurity, threatening mass protest. So at last, the penny drops amongst the Malamis. So the penny drops amongst the Malamis or not. Secret police, DSS invite ex-Kogi commissioner over comment on Sheikh Gumi's visit to Okunland. So there you are. So for criticizing Sheikh Gumi now, the spokesperson of the bandits, you get a visitation by the secret police in Nigeria. Secret police DSS invite ex-Kogi commissioner over comment on Sheikh Gumi's visit to Auckland. So where Auckland is, what comment was made, and why that has led now to this guy being in trouble with the authorities. All of that we will divulge in the shortest possible time. But before we divulge anything, let's come in via our usual quarters, the Eastern quarters, another Python dance.
Do I fall? O Mary, Wonizu, Woniya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Ulabori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Ulabori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3, Unabori Mary Nande. Nande bu onye du aimo. O Mary wone nizu Biroya. Abakare Mamanda ora. Unabori Mary Nande. Nande win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi.
And there we are. They continue to hold on to the belief. Prisoner cell block H, Python Dancy, NNAMDI winning war. So NNAMDI winning war, as guys I bring you this. OHANAEZE describes Nnamdi Kanu's arrest as illegal, asks federal government to release him. So quite how they've arrived at what everybody has been clamoring. Let's find out now. So this is by way of an open letter from that space, and it is titled, "This Nation Must Not Fall, OHANAEZE Indigo Youth." So that is what the title is, and it starts off Dear Nigerians, events in the past years has greatly challenged our resolve to continually weigh in. Igbo youths are buffeted with perennial failure of our leaders to arrest the socio-economic drift, which unfortunately has placed the collective future of Nigeria's youth on the slab. We are alarmed that since the advent of our nascent democracy, successive leaders has learned no useful lesson from our malady. Though nation building and nation branding policies are in principle available to all countries, we assert that opportunities and potential benefits of such strategies strongly depend on countries' historical, demographic, cultural, and socio-economic conditions. Nigeria, with colonial legacies and a profoundly heterogeneous society and weak economic foundations, it is pertinent to identify a homegrown solution in halting this drift. Nigeria is unfortunately at the precipice. Citizens are now at the mercy of economic buccaneers whose sole purpose is to engineer clash and divert our attention from the realities of our time. There is a paradox at the heart of the contemporary Igbo youth who rightly feels alienated and bewildered over the lack of clarity of vision. It is on this premise that in the Igbo youth worldwide, under the dynamic leadership of engineer Damian Okafor, demand in following order. So here is now a list of their demands. One, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, rejig his administration's security architecture to protect the lives and property of Nigerians and also bridge the gap between the leaders and the led. Two, that the federal government should immediately declare a state of emergency to deplorable southeast roads, which has turned into death traps. Number three, that Igbo youth should be given a level playing field and empowered economically like their counterparts in other parts of the country so as to enable us discharge our civic duties and expedite action on the release of 19 Igbo youths who are being persecuted on trumped-up charges, that the illegal detention of our leader and son, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, be revisited and subsequently released with immediate effect, that the Southeast governors should put every mechanism in place to encourage Indigo youths to fully take charge of the operational runnings of our local security outfit known as Ebube Agu. Signed, Mazi Chika at Adele, and that is what the Igbo youth have to say. So that is OHANAEZE youth wing speaking now categorically to the space, and they have now concluded then that their dear leader Nnamdi was arrested illegally. So that is a positional shift now from that space. From a positional shift in that space, to something that is a recurring decimal. So to this decimal that continues to recur, for insurgents to come close to fire rockets, I think there is something wrong. We have to fortify Maiduguri town. Governor Zulum reacts to rocket attacks. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has condemned the rocket attack. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has condemned the rocket attack carried out by Boko Haram / ISWAP terrorists in Maiduguri. Zulum visited persons affected by the rocket attack, noting that the insurgents came close to the capital city before firing the explosives. He urged the military to wake up and ensure adequate patrols, adding that the government will do everything to prevent further attacks on Maiduguri and its environs. The governor said, "It seems the insurgents came very close to the town. The military has to wake up and ensure adequate surveillance. This is something that we can avert its occurrence. For the insurgents to have come such close, that would be so close, but such close, they wrote. But for the insurgents to have come so close to fire rockets, I think there is something wrong that we should check. We have to fortify Maiduguri town. We have to ensure adequate patrols on a daily basis to avert further attacks. It is very sad and unfortunate we have to witness this sort of attack at this time. Governor Babagana Umar Zulum also extended his sympathies to those affected by the attack. He added, I wish to sympathize with those affected by today's attack. I will constitute a small committee to ascertain the level of damage and advise government on how to avert future occurrence. So this, a recording decimal, as I said. So this guy is now saying they have to fortify Maiduguri, but there's a lot to unpack from this just short little story. So first thing that we have to acknowledge now is the sophisticated weaponry now that is in the hands of the insurgents. So they are firing rockets. So note that they are firing rockets. So we're not talking about AK-47s and IDPs and IEDs anymore. We are not talking about rockets. So these guys now, they are now weaponized to this point that they are having rockets to fire. So that is something that is worthy of note. So we note that. The other thing that is worthy of note is that they were firing these rockets into Maiduguri town. Maiduguri town, of course, being at the heartland of Borno state. So that is worthy of note as well, because that is the seat of power in that space. So staying with that, if these people are able then to before I go to the next point, note that Borno State is one of the largest, at least one of the top 5 largest states within the Nigerian space. So if these people now are able to now concentrate to focus their attacks on the narrowness of the parameters of the capital city of that state, that then tells you, that would then suggest that they have long since seized control of the remaining entirety of that state. So they have captured essentially Borno state and now circle wagoning the central city, Maiduguri. This is what is going on. But what is also now more alarming is that the governor is now asking that they fortify Maiduguri, which is today, and he then goes on to rebuke the security services there. So that then goes on to tell you that even that Maiduguri then is not sufficiently guarded to the point that it might not be breached at some point. So why all this alarm? All this alarm, of course, because this is not a new thing and this is not a new space. This is a thing and a space that has been a recurring decimal for months and weeks and years and days. So this is something that has been long ongoing, and rather than it being tackled and dissipated and reduced, it continues to escalate to the point that insurgents have now circle-wagoned Borno State. They've circle-wagoned, they've watched cowboy and Indian movies before, so you know what circle-wagon means. They circle wagon round the state. This is what they have done. So they've circled wagon round Borno State, the insurgents. And there it is. We're in trouble. Okay, so to this next piece, this is even more trouble for us. 2023, ex-Kano governor Shekarau visits Tinubu in Lagos. So there it is, in Lagos, not even in Abuja. So then he's now made the effort to make the journey. Former governor of Kano State, Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, has visited the national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Our correspondents report that the senator representing Kano Central in the National Assembly visited the former Lagos State governor in his Ikoyi residence in Lagos on Sunday, December the 5th. As of the time of filing this report, the detail of the meeting has not been stated. However, political observers said the meeting might be connected with Tinubu's presidential ambition in 2023 and the crisis rocking the APC in Kano State. Recall that the Congresses of Governor Abdullahi Ganduje's faction of the APC in Kano State had been nullified by an Abuja High Court. The presiding judge, Justice Hamza Muazu, in his ruling last week, Tuesday, upheld the congresses conducted by Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, a led faction of the party. He also restrained Ganduje's faction from appointing a new executive. Governor Ganduje's faction had elected Abdullahi Abbas as its chairman, while Shekarau's faction elected Haruna Ahmedu Danzago in the parallel Congress, which held on October the 16th. So there you have it. It's just the APC is imploding. There's absolutely no equivocation about that. So still with that Tinubu narrative, but I think this one is just a photo montage. So that doesn't actually say anything. It's just a picture montage. So let's go on from there to another space. Northern groups demand sacking of National Security Advisor Monguno over insecurity, threaten massive protest. A coalition of northern youth groups under the aegis of Northern Ethnic Group Assembly has asked the Nigerian government to stop the massive killing of people and raiding of communities in the north by bandits and Boko Haram and ISWAP terrorists. Spokesman for the umbrella body, Mr. Ibrahim Dan Musa, said the call had become necessary over the worsening state of insecurity in the north. He decried the unending killings in the north whilst calling on the northern elite to speak out. In a statement issued on Sunday in Kaduna, the group decried the deplorable security situation in the north and demanded the immediate removal of the National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Monguno, retired. It lamented the inability of people from Zamfara, Kano, Kaduna, and other parts of the country to access the Federal Capital Territory due to incessant kidnapping by bandits on the highway. The coalition called on President Muhammadu Buhari to tackle insecurity and stop the maiming and destruction of lives and property, respectively. The group, in its statement, gave a 14-day ultimatum to the Nigerian government to stop killings in the north, warning that it would be left with no option but to mobilize citizens for protest until the government is shut down. The group lamented that 5 years into President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, the security situation has continued to escalate, leading to massive killings and destructions. Damusa also noted that the removal of service chiefs and charges in the public hierarchy Damusa also noted that the removal of service chiefs and changes in the police hierarchy, the only office that needs to be rejigged now is the NSA office under retired Major General Monguno. It said Buhari has failed Nigerians who gave him massive support, believing that a retired military general, he could tackle the security challenges bedeviling the country. It is on a sad note that this coalition wishes to remind the federal government and government at all levels that the primary responsibility of the government anywhere, particularly the one that was democratically elected by voters, is to protect lives and property of the citizen. Also, 5 years into President Muhammadu Buhari's tenure, instead of reducing insecurity, it has escalated, thereby exposing greater number of our people to avoidable deaths and loss of property in a manner that history has never witnessed before. As patriotic citizens, it is our constitutional duty to raise voices. As patriotic citizens, it is our constitutional duty to raise voices and call attention to the killings that are taking place across the states of the northern region on a daily basis and mobilize citizens on how to constructively engage government at all levels and make demands to end the killings. The group is saying enough is enough and an end must be put to the mindless killings of our people, particularly in the villages, and the nonchalant attitude displayed by government and its agencies to the plight of people going to the plight uh, of people going through horrific experience in the hands of criminals that seemed to have overwhelmed our security agencies. It stated, calling on the president to relieve the National Security Advisor, Major General Monguno, retired, of his appointment immediately. NEYGA said, so that's the acronym for the group. NEYGA said, we restate unequivocally that Monguno has failed to provide useful advice to address this scourging insecurity in the country and therefore does not deserve continuous stay in office. As a pro-Northern group, we have found it very important to call on President Buhari to remove the National Security Advisor Major General Babagana Monguno, whose office and responsibilities are critical to the achievement of comprehensive security all over the country, but hasn't used the high esteem of his office in any productive way since his appointment as NSA. The reason for this call is not far-fetched. We believe that Major General Monguno was part of the gross failure associated with the tenure of the former security chiefs, and his continued presence in office will make the success Buhari intended to achieve with the changes very difficult, if not completely impossible. So, for the life of me, I don't quite understand why this guy is still in situation. It's the security advisor, and all the way through the country, these guys are saying the insecurity level in Nigeria is never seen before and is historic. It's not known in Nigeria to have this level of insecurity. This level of insecurity would suggest that the space has absolutely no security at all. Because it's not even that they are battling insecurity, it's just that insecurity is having a free hand. This is what we seem to be experiencing in Nigeria. And we have in situation a person that purports to be the national security advisor. This was the same chap that was saying people should fight back and they should give the bandits a punch in the nose if they come calling. This is the sort of comments that we get from this guy, and he continues to be in situation collecting all those billions of dollars. So that is the Nigerian narrative. So we finally land on this story. So this will be the last one. Secret Police DSS invite ex-Kogi commissioner over comment on Sheikh Gumi's visit to Okunland. A former commissioner for education in Kogi State, Oluwayomi David Ate. So, a former commissioner for education in Kogi State, Oluwayomi David Ate, has revealed that the Department of State Services invited him over his recent comment on the visit of Islamic scholar Sheikh Ahmed Gumi to Okun land. According to him, the secret police asked him to show up at its office in Lokoja, the state capital, on Tuesday. Ate said his decision to inform the public about the invitation was to keep people abreast of happenings, given the DSS's record of hounding those that are those with views that oppose the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration. Buttressing his point, the ex-commissioner recalled the experience of Obadiah Melafia, a former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, who died not long ago after his encounter with the DSS. Ate wondered why the DSS did not invite Gumi, who has been holding meetings with armed bandits and foreign Fulanis in various states across the country. The former commissioner said the secret police and other security agencies ought to have dissipated similar energy they are using to invite him to deal with the issues raised and tackle the insecurity in Okun land. Ate recounted that in the past few years, Fulani people from foreign countries have taken over several communities in the state, killing people and displacing others. The former commissioner said his comment on Gumi's visit to meet with foreign Fulanis in the state was based on grapevine sources. He said, I have been invited to the DSS office in Lokoja, slated for Tuesday, 7th of December 2021 at 10 a.m. The DSS has not formally accused or charged me for anything. The issue of my statements about Gumi's visit to Okunland and our insistence that we need to raise and defend ourselves came from the grapevine. I made the decision to inform Okun people and relevant stakeholders of the invitation by the DSS as a precautionary measure. The nation is not as it used to be, and organs of government in Nigeria tend to show more loyalty to regimes than the constitution and the people. They have shown over and over that survival of a regime is paramount to them, hence the lives and welfare of Nigeria of citizens of Nigeria have become secondary. So anybody perceived to even just think differently from the powers they serve can be wasted or destroyed in the line of duty of security forces. Fresh in my memory is the hounding of my personal friend, the late Obadiah Melafia, by security agents, soon after which he died. Could this happen to me? Possibly, but not necessarily. With Nigeria's security agencies, one can no longer be sure. So I decided to let stakeholders know, just to be aware that they asked me to come. Since I have not been charged or accused, please let us keep calm and hear what they say. It has to it has to concern what Okun people say about their safety and welfare, which I echo. Okun people have lived peacefully with Fulanis for generations. In the last 6 years, an influx of foreign Fulanis into Okunland has taken place with disastrous consequences for our people. We watched with bated breath as they swept across Adamawa, Taraba, Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed, massacre, destruction of farms, properties, and communities. It is in public view that no concerted effort to stop them was made by the government. Then they came into Kogi and southern Nigeria, causing unprecedented insecurity. In Okunland, many areas have been occupied illegally by foreign Fulanis, foreign to us and Nigeria. We encountered them in Okunland and they confessed to coming from Mali in one instance. They have settled on our land without permission. From there, they kill our people, market them on their farms, destroy their crops, kidnap them, and make us pay ransom. Our land is unsafe to move about. Chief uh, Chief Osadumo is dead, kidnapped from church. Honorable Serebe was shot dead by Fulanis on the farm. A vigilante officer was shot and killed near Akodayo. Our commissioner, Omo Feyi, was shot and Fulani kidnapped people in Ikoyi last week. The last three regained freedom 3 days ago after ransom was paid to them. Last week, Elder Ologun was shot dead in Mokpa. Widows and farmers have been driven from farm in Okuland by Fulanis. These are just few examples. Our very peaceful life in Okuland has been disrupted. On top of all these, Sheikh Gumi came on a solidarity visit to the Fulani people in Okunland, who are illegal occupiers of our land. He did not visit our key traditional rulers. Who can do that in the north? It was a slap on our face and a declaration that they can do what they want on our land. Now, the numerous statements of Gumi about bandits, his clear sentiments of support for bandits, visiting them in their secret camps and taking pictures with them, heavily armed, and are all in the public domain for Nigerians to see. And the government gives him free rein. Which community in Nigeria hears that Gumi is coming to visit Fulanis in their area that will not be alarmed? The former commissioner said if opportune during his visit to the DSS office, he would ask probing questions about his invitation and the secret police seeming support of Gumi. He added, which is of more concern to them, the suffering, killing, kidnapping, and destruction of Okun people's means of livelihood and or of livelihood, or their discomfort that we complained of being unprotected by the government we elected. Is the protection of Gumi's image more important to the government than the safety of Okun people? In all the deaths, injuries, kidnappings, etc., inflicted on Okun people in the last 6 years, where were the police and DSS to help rescue and defend our people? With the security agencies in the state and each local government area, um, sorry, not with, while the security agencies in the state and each local government areas say they do not know where the killers and kidnapping Fulanis are. Uh, have they sought information from the community and have they acted on such information to thwart killing, kidnapping, or even rescued the kidnapped in open land? Answers to these questions will shed light on the priorities of our security agencies who are charged with protecting us. So there it is. Just that guy's story is the story of the entirety of the Nigerian space. Ola, I see you. UK, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. And Charlie Boy, I see you. Good to see you, gentlemen. So let me come quickly to you, Charlie Boy, and take your soundings. Charles, are
Yes,
you there? Are you there, Charles?
yes, I'm there.
Okay, good to have you, Charles. So Ohaneze, they've now described KANU'S arrest as illegal, and they are asking the federal government to release him forthwith. So this is the first time now that they've taken a categorical position on that matter. A welcome development, would you say?
Yes, I think that's good. I believe too. I think Namdi was illegal. I think Nigerian kidnapping was illegal. He did no crime. The only he did is fighting for his people. So he, the, and the only reason why he started ESN because the family people were whipping that woman. That's the reason why he started the ESN. Because the Eastern region didn't have anybody protecting them from the family whipping the mothers and children. That's the reason they started ESN.
All right. Thank you for that. So, Charles, let me take you now to the north, and this is quite alarming. Borno State, one of the largest states in Nigeria, but it looks as though now even the capital city of that state is about to be breached. That space, of course, the hub of activities of insurgency, that is really where they're looking to penetrate, to
Yeah.
grab that space and then launch. But the governor of the state alarms. He says for insurgents to come so close to fire rockets, I think there is something wrong. We have to fortify
Yeah,
Maiduguri town. So they're now launching rockets at Maiduguri.
yeah, I
Do you find that alarming?
yeah, I think Borno State is gone. Nigeria government haven't saved Borno State. They're too late. It's already gone. They should have saved the state when it started small, but late started big. That's Nigeria let problem to become bigger until it's too late. So even the governor Borno is crying. I bet the governor Borno is probably not safe. He probably scared to go out. He can't go anywhere. He can't go to the villages and meet the people. He can't do that. He probably get killed. So once
He has been shot at before, that governor. His convoy is shot at. I think more than once even.
Nigeria had to do something quickly. Because before if that state becomes a failed state, what will happen? All the states eventually can have the same problem.
If those insurgents are able to take Maiduguri, then I cannot see how it will ever be recovered from them, because Maiduguri now the capital. If they take the capital city, then they take the whole city, the whole state. But thank you for that, Charles. So, Charles, now people are calling for the sacking of the National Security Advisor. So we were just talking about insecurity just now, and every single day we talk about insecurity, more alarming, in more proportions, in larger volumes. So it continues to ratchet up and ratchet up. And this guy continues in situation as the security advisor to the government and the presidency. So what advice exactly is this guy giving? And if he is giving any advice, then the advice clearly not fit for purpose. The sacking of Monguno. What says you?
I think they should get a new guy, because this guy has failed Nigeria woefully in security aspect of Nigeria. They should hire somebody who knows about security, who could tackle security once for all. Because how can we kill? How can people killed every day in the north, and this guy is the security of the nation, and people been killed every day? He did nothing about it.
All right, thank you, Charles. And finally, Charles, the DSS invites the ex-commissioner of education of Kogi State for criticizing Sheikh Gumi. Is that the world turned on its head? What are you making of that headline?
See, the DSS understand. The DSS understand. Citizens could criticize you. It's a modern society. We need if citizens do something wrong, let them criticize you. You can just, why you watching the guy? He criticize you because you know you did something wrong. Criticizing is good. That's the way to help improve the police system. You want to improve the police in Nigeria is by criticizing and where did they want, where you need to fix to make it better. That's what I believe.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So stay with us, Charles, as we go to Ola. So Ola, let me take you to just what Charles was commenting on just a moment ago. Northern Group demand the sacking of the National Security Advisor Babagana Monguno, and you don't even have to stretch your imagination to ask why. This guy has been, I think, the NSA to the government for many years. And all we ever hear are escalating insecurity, new dimension on insecurity, another group of savagery all the way through the country. So it's either not fit for purpose or it's complicit. Either way, there is nothing coming out of his office to show that there is any activity going on. So the sacking of Monguno, Ola.
Hello, everyone. How do I even start? Saying we should sack Monguno, in my own opinion, I see it as just like treating the symptom, because what do I mean by that is whatever Monguno is doing is the reflection of what is a principle is. Because when you recruit someone, for example, you have to give the person the criteria for performance. You have the appraiser, you have all these things. So, and the person that engage you that say, okay, is going to solve the security problem of a particular region, is there reading, looking, at least getting brief of whatever that is happening in that region every day. And yet there's no progress, and the guy in power is still comfortable now accommodating failure, just like himself is a failure, right? So that's where the problem is. Now, when we talk sometimes, I would have loved a situation where we are bold enough to actually tackle the root of the problem itself. The root of the problem, for example, is the president. When we are talking of the situation that where we are talking of impeachable offense, for example, you can list as many impeachable offenses that the president there have committed. So the thing now is, you don't just it's difficult for you to move faster than the vision of your leaders, except you have to call the leader somewhere and sell your own personal interest. Because the guy that is filling up that place with different level of failures, he knows exactly what he's doing. So sacking Monguno, will that solve the problem? I don't think so. We've had a situation whereby we asked this guy, even when this guy was there, this guy that now is now an ambassador, the former the chief of staff, for example, chief of army staff. When you look at every criteria, those guys, they failed, and this guy is not doing anything. What's this guy telling you? He doesn't care. He's even saying, okay, as long as you can just hold that position as far as you can, your performance will never matter, then everything is good. So to me, taking this guy out of that place, bringing in another person, it will not solve the problem. That's just the way I see it. Because whatever we are discussing today,
the argument being presented by this northern group is that this guy is the national security advisor, and the country, there's no indication that insecurity is abating in any way. There's none. But that's fair enough. Are they holding steady? No. What we're saying is a continuous ratcheting up of insecurity and all new manners of barbarism just cascading all the way through the country. So the question then that they're asking is, what advice exactly are you giving that the direct opposite effect is happening? So that's one thing that they're saying. And the other thing that they are saying is that this Monguno was part of the class set of the security chiefs that they sacked for not being fit for purpose. So if they sacked him, being the national advisor that orchestrates the security structure, if they sacked the others, then why is he still in situation? Because there is no indication that he has any capacity to be in that role. This is the argument being presented by this northern group.
Yeah. Now, those guys, they made their points very cogent. They were direct to the point. Now, with this guy, with his principal, for example, is it that the principal didn't know all these facts? Of course, he's aware, but that is what he's comfortable with. This guy in power, even if you remove Monguno, for example, the same person in power is likely to replace Monguno with another guy that is not fit for purpose. That's just the point. Because this thing is not, when you see the appointment of this guy, we have the thing here, you can see so many ministries that this thing cut across, not only the area of security alone. So, okay, let's even assume that this guy now come out now, even present the real idea. Okay, this is what we are going to do. But we are in a situation whereby we have vested interest. When the vested interest is not taken care of, then the political will to tackle this problem will die. The issue on ground may not necessarily be about the incompetence of Monguno alone, but it can as well be the lack of political will to actually decimate these people and kill everyone for once. Because you will see this discrepancy. For example, I don't really like saying this thing every time. If this thing happen to be in another region, you will see all the arsenal of Nigeria, military Nigeria weapon will be deployed to make sure they kill everything. But where they need all these things, where we really need to tackle insecurity problem, you will see the same level of, the same level of political will to tackle all these things. To the point that even the generals, even brigadiers, the army officers, they were even complaining about the lack of political will to actually crush this terrorism and insurgency in the country. So to me, Monguno is just a symptom, really. That's the way I see. It's just a symptom. Yeah, fire the guy. But you like him to,
Even for the symbolism, even with all of that you said, for the symbolism, because the sacking of the other security chiefs that were sacked, it wasn't really to effect any change for a better outcome. No, it was for it was for symbolism and off the back of public outcry. So even for the symbolism of it, should this guy not be let go of?
yeah, he should let go of. Okay, he should let go of. But when you let him go, a Nigerian should not just rejoice just because the guy let him go. The thing is this: the root of the problem. If the root is not treated, there's nowhere you can even have a branch. The branch can never do anything differently. So to me, we should be talking on how to impeach the president there for the
No,
life for
we are no longer talking about it. He's got
I know.
18 months left, so we're not really talking about it. What will
I
be the
understand
point
what
of
you are.
impeachment? Yeah, yeah.
I understand what you are saying,
Mm.
but 18 months is a very long time to
Yeah,
kill the
no,
country
this is
totally.
not 18
So,
months is not the time that anybody is impeached now at the 11th hour of an administration.
yeah,
It was ineffectual all the way through, so nothing has
exactly.
changed. So why would they
Eh,
impeach him now as
eh,
opposed to before?
exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because even both those people that are even issuing are even advising the president to fire his NSA sometimes. Sometimes it's either we are political, we are trying to be political, or just because of the type of fear that is now, that
No,
is
what
now.
people are saying is to fire him to acknowledge the insecurity ravaging the country because people want to see that this insecurity is being acknowledged by the people that hold power within the Nigerian state because there's nothing to indicate that they are acknowledging the level of insecurity. So even if it is for symbolism, if they sack that guy, then people will see movement in that space. And if they sack him for reasons of being ineffectual, that would then signal somewhat that incompetence really has a consequence. So even they must let that guy go because what is he doing in that office?
Good, good. No, you've made a very good point.
Mm.
Now, when I mentioned political winners the other time, look at it this way. Now, when these people came to power, when you could see security everywhere, what did these people say? They said they've technically defeated Boko Haram. And they now said, okay, they were just eating soft targets. Now, that's the type of politics they were playing with it now. Now, this guy that we are talking about is this. In the executive briefing, for example, the caucus there, probably they will tell the president that no, the insecurity level is not as big as they are talking about. Those people that do not really like your government are the one trying to bring those kind of drama, all those stuff. So we don't really know what they are doing because everything that is well known in the country, for example, it seems that the executive have different opinion. It seems that the executive they think everything is okay when the entire country, citizen of the country, thinks everything is wrong. So that's just the way it is. Even if you fire this guy today, let's fire the guy today. I believe that the problem is not going to solve,
No,
except
it's
it does
not. It's not.
for
Of
the
course,
symbolism of it. I
not
know
just yeah, not yeah for the symbolism of it, and for an acknowledgement of the level of crisis that the country is under, because there's nothing to indicate that there's an understanding of the level of crisis that the country is under from the center. There's nothing signaling from the presidency that they understand that there's crisis in the land. When the same
exactly.
set of people that have run the country to where it is now are still in situation just packing dollars away. So there has to be some, big movement to indicate to space that they know and they can see that the place is in trouble. This is the thing.
Exactly. You've mentioned the problem now. For example, the presidency needs to acknowledge that there is a problem. Now the question now is this: we can't seem to see the presidency acknowledging the problem. So if you can't acknowledge a problem, then how do you solve the problem? That's the situation we have presently. Now we have check and balance. For okay, good, good.
the like of National Assembly, they acknowledge there's problem. Even the judiciary, they acknowledge there's problem. The only arms of government that will never recognize there's problem now is the executive arm of the government. Because, for example, look at how they designated the bandit now, terrorists, for example. When you see the executive, they've been trying to avoid that until the judiciary have to say, okay, we recognize that this is terrorism. But the executive arm, they say, oh, it's just banditry. It's just like ordinary crime. All this thing. The National Assembly, they recognize this thing, but the presidency is the only arm of government that is not recognized. So what you don't recognize, then how will you solve it? That's the dilemma the country is as we speak now.
All right. Thank you. And the OHANAEZE describes Nnamdi Kanu's. Sorry, who's feeding back? The OHANAEZE describes Nnamdi Kanu's arrest as illegal, asks federal government to release him. So this is quite pertinent to note because this is now a statement into the space. They've all been pleading that release him, let him go unconditionally, etc. But all of these big organizations have never really spoken to just the circumstances of him being in detention. So it looks as though the OHANAEZE group now have now come out to state categorically that how he was taken into custody itself is an illegal act and he must be released forthwith. So what are you then making then of this categorical statement from the East?
This is what they should have done a very long time ago. You should have chosen your battle and stand by it instead of trying to play politics. Now, I will not discount the power of those people that would like to win the next election, for example. I will not discount their power in now OHANAEZE group will not being able to face the issue and say it as it is, like saying even a kid growing up, if you explain the situation to him, will know that the repatriation of Kanu, detention of Kanu, everything is illegal, and it's just like you are trying to infringe on this man's human rights. So now OHANAEZE coming out now, I will not know what actually triggered them now facing the facts, to now coming out with the truth. Will it be like when will it be like they were being blackmailed by some people that would like to contest in an election, which these guys?
Why have you gone there? What's that angle?
Because okay. Because I feel sometimes some group may not be bold enough to say the right thing if they have some kind of interest. For example, now, like I will accuse Tinubu now, for example, that indirectly is holding the like of Ogun State governor back, is holding the like of Osun State governor back when it comes to all this Amotekun and security against banditry.
How so?
That's just okay. For example, those guys, to me, those guys I mentioned, for example, they are like godfather. I know they are like a godsons to this guy, and anything this guy, if this guy are going too far to actually get the Fulani oligarchy.
Can I intercept 1 minute, Ola? I just want to back you up with your statement that Tinubu is holding them back on Amotekun. That statement is a correct statement. Do you know that Lagos does not have Amotekun?
Because Lagos has always stood aloof of a lot of these things, but they do. I'm not sure. They have their own security arrangements, but I'm intrigued to hear what Ola is saying about.
Yes, they held the meeting together to have it. Amotekun. It was Lagos State pulling back. So, and they are doing that for a reason, so that it's not going to come out as if, well, the entirety Yoruba are supporting it with Tinubu support for this, so that it's not going to hurt his presidential ambition. We have seen several.
That is you speculating, though.
No, it's not speculated. That was the fact.
Okay.
The first one.
No, let me give you this, Ajanle Koko. The Lagos State government would not establish an Amotekun outfit because it already has an operational Lagos neighborhood safety corps. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said. Speaking on Arise TV program The Morning Show on Monday, Mr. Sanwo-Olu said, unlike other southeast states, Lagos has boundaries only with Ogun and the Atlantic Ocean. The governor said he was in the committee that agreed on the establishment of Amotekun, the Southwest Regional Security Network, which has since become operational in the other 5 states. So, like I said, they have their own arrangement, and they are not necessarily at the forefront of that narrative. So, Amotekun really it serves no purpose in Lagos.
Let me tell you, one man. They were part of it.
Yes.
They agreed for the setting up of it.
Right.
It was when this thing was launched and was to be set up, that was when they pulled back and started.
They didn't pull back. They're still part of it, but it is not vested within Lagos State because the reasons for Amotekun is not immediate.
How can you be part of?
Because it's a southwestern coalition. It's a southwestern coalition. So
then.
If they are not part of it, then they would have pulled out. They didn't pull out.
Then convert that name of what you got in Lagos to Amotekun.
Why?
The reason why is that you are part of the formation of this, of the arrangement and all the.
Why was Amotekun set up? Why was Amotekun set up?
For security, to protect, to ensure the security of the Southwest.
From?
Yeah, against the invaders.
Well, there you are, but they don't invade Lagos, do they?
They do.
Lagos is bordered by Ogun State, and
they do.
How many Fulani bandits have you heard?
They have invaded Ikorodu. They have invaded. Look, one man. If you have not followed it, I'm telling you what is happening.
No, that's
they have invaded Agbawa. They have invaded. Come on, one man, man.
No.
I'm surprised that you don't know this.
Where would they
surprised you don't know this.
Hold on. Where would they coming through?
They're coming through from Ogun State. They pass through Ogun State.
They called way through to Ogun State to come into Lagos, a metropolis.
Do you know how? What are you saying, one man? Do you know these people walk through in the bush? Do you know they know all the way from the bush to how the states are connected from one state to the
Look. No, I don't accept that. The Amotekun.
Let me tell you, it is better, whatever you don't want to do, don't be part of the formation of it.
If you align with it, you align with it ideologically, but it is not immediate to your own need. What is immediate to their need is what they formed.
Look, one man, I told you that is what it was at the
security outfit in Lagos will equally serve that purpose, will it not?
Well, yes, it could do. It could do. You cannot be part of arrangement that you will not follow the directive of that arrangement. That is what I'm saying.
No. The directive is not a compulsion for every state to have Amotekun.
Let me tell you what happened when Amotekun was about to be launched.
Yes.
Or after it was launched by the Oni of Ife and all the Oba and all this thing in Oshun, maybe Ibadan, I cannot remember this precise place where they launched it. When they launched it, and after that was when Lagos came up that, before we can participate, we have to make sure that the law, the state assembly passes into law. Then those people went ahead and make sure that was done by the law of by the state assembly of every state. Then after that, they came out with another one again. yes, we have our neighborhood watch. We don't need
there
to.
you are. So they have
It is wrong. It is wrong. It is political. We understand the game. It's a political move. It's a dangerous political move. Trying to segregate themselves from because of one man's political ambition.
If they want to segregate themselves, they would not be signatory to it in the first place. They are signatory to Amotekun because they believe that it will serve the wider Southwest.
Now you are helping my case. If you are signatory to an action, then you have to follow the directive of that of what you are putting your signature. You cannot.
The directive does not compel them down. The directive is not a compulsion. It's not a compulsion. It's a needs. It's a needs-led organization structure. Amotekun is a needs-led something. Where the need is where they'll set it up, not just as a carpet, organization right across the southwest. Now, Amotekun is not needed in Lagos. The neighborhood watch covers that. It covers whatever it is that Amotekun is intended for.
Then they shouldn't have been part of the formation of Amotekun.
No, but they are lying.
When you're ready, it's a different. You are saying a line. Align is different. If you want to align, then let them form. Then you can align with them. Then you are not binding with everything. Then you are not binding. What you are saying, they are not binding with whatever directive that Amotekun is coming, and they are not binding with it.
No, it is not a directive, though. It's a needs-led organization. The need is not in Lagos. The need for Amotekun is not in Lagos.
What I'm saying, if the need is not, if Amotekun is not needed in Lagos, that they don't have to be part of the formation of Amotekun.
Yeah, but they believe there's a wider need for Yoruba land, which Lagos is part of.
It doesn't concern them.
No, but there is a Yoruba state.
Because they detach themselves from Amotekun now, then why do you want to be part of what you are detaching yourself? You are detaching yourself from. You don't understand that game. That's a double standard game.
Are you following my logic? Hold on,
I follow your logic, but it's a double. They are playing a double. They are playing a double standard game there, and it's very dangerous for the security of the whole Southwest.
No, it is not. It is not.
Okay.
Because Amotekun is for the security of the wider Southwest Yoruba land, which Lagos is a part of, and Lagos understands that, so they align themselves with its formation.
No. They did not align. It is not align. It is not align. What they did was part to form it.
Yes.
And at the end, when it was formed, they started pulling back due to political reason.
They did not pull back, though. Is Lagos not part of Amotekun?
They are not.
They are.
They are not.
They are.
They are not in practicality. They are not.
But in practicality, there is no need.
There's a need. Why would your brother bear one name? I mean, all your siblings bear the same name, the same last name, and you don't want to bear the same last name. You want to say, because of
one man. Can I interject?
I think you understand what I'm saying.
Can I interject?
I won't accept that you don't understand.
Okay.
You do understand.
Can I interject?
You agree also.
They are playing double standard game, which is dangerous to the security of the whole Southwest. It's very dangerous to the security of the whole Southwest. They are playing a double standard game, and for one reason, of one man that wants to be president of Nigeria.
That's where you wanted to go,
and they don't want to play because because the federal government came hard on Amotekun, on the formation of Amotekun. The Attorney General came hard, and this man is from Lagos. Tinubu did not want to offend those people, the power from the north. Because all the power from the north were speaking against the formation of Amotekun.
A lot of this
and that's why they got to pull back.
A lot of this Tinubu narrative is speculative.
That was a dangerous political move right there.
But Lagos did not pull out. They did not.
Can I interject?
They pull out.
Come in, Thomas. Yeah, come in, Thomas. Let's hear from Thomas.
Ajale Koko, I want to ask you a question. If if they call meeting of Southwest Amotekun today, will Sanwo-Olu be there or not?
I don't know if it's going to be there or not. I don't know.
Why not? Why
I
not?
don't know. I don't know.
It's still part of Amotekun, but they don't need
Is it bearing
Amotekun in
Amotekun?
Lagos.
Is it bearing Amotekun?
They don't need Amotekun.
Is it bearing
in Lagos.
Amotekun? I'm asking you.
No.
Okay, it's playing double standard game. As a launch. Understand the game.
You see something,
That is the game they are playing.
No, it is not. Yeah.
One man, see,
yes.
Fulani S-men attack a pet community in Lagos.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And they wrote the governor and the commissioner of police. They didn't take any decisive action.
Right.
The solicitor of those areas did this thing. Now, whether we are saying that this thing, whether they affect Lagos or not, Lagos share boundary too with Ijebu. When you look at those roads, to where all those expense too, they've created themselves. There are menace along that particular road where you are going to Shagamu, all those things. So that they are not in Lagos. Maybe you are talking of Lagos. Maybe you don't expect them to come and sit down at the under bridge Ikeja or maybe Ikoyi. That's not what we are saying.
No. That is not what I'm saying. The Lagos narrative is not a Fulani headsman narrative. The Lagos narrative is an insecurity narrative which sweeps up the Fulanis along with other forms of insecurity, which is being countered by a structure already in place. So Amotekun would just be duplicitous. There's no need for Amotekun in Lagos. No need.
You see, one thing is this. That's a part of it, right? You see, when we are saying the like of Ogun State government and Osun State government, they be dragging in, be so active about this Amotekun. It's just like what we are discussing at Yade here yesterday now. It was part of the agreement to ban open grazing, for example. He never spoke against the community. All of a sudden to U-turn and started playing politics. Now, if someone had said that guy was playing politics that time, we would say there is no evidence, but all his body languages tended to what he just revealed to us recently. Now, like Ajareko said that if you decide to stay here or there, but don't try to mix the right side and left side together and try to belong to everywhere. So now, when we are talking of this Tinubu now, we say Yoruba will say Ojogate ko jogate, Egun atiro wole, eniyan atiro jade. So you are saying you want to read body language of someone now. For example, you see someone that maybe is not balanced.
No. Forget all that body language. You can't infuse your narrative onto somebody else off the back of what you perceive to be their body language. Body language. What do you mean body? When you are saying body language, that already tells me that you just want to color them back.
How come that his God's sons are the one not ready until they see the dancing step of their Godfather?
All right, that's a ridiculousness, but
wait. We play with data, right? We play with data, and you study data sometimes to make your informed decision. That is exactly what is happening here. This thing is the adage you can find within Africa. This thing they will tell you.
Forget the adage. Go to the point. Go to the point.
Like I was saying, like those guys, for example, politically, just because they would like to help their Godfather, for example.
As opposed to who is doing what differently? Who are you contrasting them against?
Okay, let's use Ogun State, for example, now. How many Ogun State residents are in the IDP outside Ogun State this thing? And tell me what the governor of Ogun State is doing about that.
Well, I don't know that narrative. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Now,
where you're going.
we're talking about that of OHANAEZE. Now, they are not just coming out now to say the truth they should have said a very long time ago. And what I was just trying to compare is that there is possibility of trying to place some kind of political allegiance to a certain political element within the
No, there is
Southeast
not
region.
that possibility. Well, there is that possibility, but that's not the immediate place to go to with that sort of a thing. And I heard it a lot that how come now? A lot of people use that how come now in order to spin and pivot something, but it is not often the case. How come now? You know, it is not immediately something happens that you take an immediate position. The landscape evolves into you then taking a categorical position. So I don't think the gap between Nnamdi Kanu's rendition to OHANAEZE making this statement is that vast for it not to be within the realms of reason. You know, I don't know how it has to go to an extreme of them
Okay.
having. I don't understand.
Okay, like they will say, for example, they thought okay, Latin, you know, when you look at some kind of catastrophe ahead, you try to mitigate even before the thing happens. So what we are saying now is this, like, okay, let me give even something that is even relevant in this world now. You see, when you allow, you know, all of us, for example, we are organism and we learn more and more. We don't have to wait till something degenerates before we take a serious step, for example. Now, what I'm now saying is that OHANAEZE is my opinion. I could be wrong. That's why it's my opinion. OHANAEZE shouldn't have waited till now to say the
when should they have said it? Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned in June, July, August, September, November, December, just under 6 months ago. So when should they have said it?
When everybody was taking Kenya government up that what they did was illegal, why did OHANAEZE talk that it was illegal now?
Do you know that? Do you know? No, you have to weigh the weight of a space. Do you know that OHANAEZE is a steady conservative organization? They don't just act knee jerk. You know, you can't. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's just a mindset, just a different mindset. So I can't really argue your opinion with you. So, well, I guess you're entitled to it. But it's just bizarre to me, you know.
We are just saying if scenario. Nobody, whatever I'm saying, I'm not saying it's a fact. For example, it's not.
It's somewhat far fetched. It's somewhat far fetched. It's almost like you're reaching. Yeah.
So now, because to me, it's somehow ridiculous to me that is it 3 weeks after election somewhere, all of a sudden now what you didn't want to do before, you are now doing it. That's just me.
So are you saying it has to do with the NNAMDI election as well?
I don't know. I'm just trying to speculate. No, it's just speculation.
No. What's the speculation there? How does that come into the play? How does that come in?
Is it possible they have some kind of secret alliance with is it Supreme Court? What do you call it? All those Supreme Court governor, or the governor, they all do whatever. You understand? So
no. What sort of secret? What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is this. Some groups sometimes they can have some kind of political alignment that we never understand, for example.
Right. So what are you speculating? Speculating, let's hear.
When Tinubu used Afenifere and Nadeko to rise up to clean this, you understand, he has some kind of political alignment that he aligned with them perfectly until he got what he wanted. Then immediately he got what he wanted, he just moved against them immediately. Those are the kind of scenario I'm trying to, not that I'm saying this is how it's happened, but
you are reaching,
you know, you are reaching. It's just a very odd space. I don't understand.
Can I interject
because
1 minute?
You know, sometimes I disagree, but I see the logic, but I still disagree. But I don't see the logic, and I disagree. Ajanleko, let's hear from you. Yeah.
Or last speculation could be right.
Right.
It could be right because why so late? Why not when?
Why is it late? No. Hold on.
Yes.
Why is it late?
Why is it late?
Yes. How is it late? Rather, how is it late?
How is it late?
Yeah.
These guys was rendition to Nigeria illegally.
Right.
And incarcerated illegally. Everybody, they knew that it was illegal and they didn't speak. And now, when everything is getting looking good, that that's going to be political settlement on this, now they are now calling it illegal. Why I'm supporting Ola,
Why would
that
they call
Ola
it
could be right,
illegal
is
when
this.
no?
Let,
But why would they do that? What you are saying is a self-contradicting statement. Why would they call it illegal when there is a possibility of a political settlement? Would they not be speaking in tempered, conciliatory tone rather than, because calling it illegal is an aggressive stance? So if they can see a political solution, why would they then take an aggressive stance?
okay, let me tell you why I am saying that Ola's speculation could be right. The governors of the South, of the East, have just issued a statement today that all the unknown gunmen or those that are still attacking people in the East should stop it, because they are giving a bad name to IPOB and ESN. Why are they coming now? So if you look at that statement, the time of that statement, they just issued out the statement today that people that are attacking, the hoodlums that are attacking, should stop it, that it is not ESN that is mostly attacking, but other group, and they should stop it in order not to continue giving bad name for IPOB and ESN. And coupled with this one, that OHANEZE is now talking that this is illegal. You can read the politics.
No.
There.
How do those two statements align? Because
he aligned.
Because what you are saying, the governor said. Hold on,
yes.
Ajan Lekoko. What you are saying, the governor said, is conciliatory and is looking to smooth the space to allow for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. What the OHANEZE are saying is aggressive, which is looking to confront the government. So one is confrontational,
both of them,
one is conciliatory.
They are not. No, they are the same. They are not. They are both reconciliatory. They are supporting the position of IPOB. IPOB have been shouting since day one that this is illegal. What they did to Lago is illegal. And that is why they flew in their lawyer from abroad to be part of the law team, of the attorney team, to go and argue this thing in the court, that it was illegal, what they're doing to Kanu. So OHANEZE is now supporting IPOB position. Now the governor, they are not supporting IPOB position, because IPOB have been saying all along that they are not the one that are carrying out this attack.
Right. So what is the point?
Why are they coming out in support of IPOB now?
Who is coming out? Are the governors coming out in support of IPOB?
Oh, yes. Because their statement are saying that those that are attacking in the East are not IPOB, but other group, and they should stop it in order not to continue giving bad name to IPOB. So that's a strong support. Is that a strong statement in support of IPOB position? It's a statement in support of IPOB position.
Ajan Lekoko, hold on, please. You see, in a lot of these instances, you have to unpeel. It's not the words that you hear, but the intent that you really must listen to. That statement, I'm not even aware of it, so I'm going off the back of what you are saying. If they are saying that the unknown government should sheathe their swords in order to not to give IPOB a bad name, what I will understand from that is that they are imploring that they stop activities so that they don't escalate events, negative events in the eastern space, because negotiations are ongoing for the release of Kanu at the moment, and having all these heightened killings in the southeast does not augur for the smooth negotiations of the release of Kanu. So that is what my understanding of signaling that to the space. That is my understanding of it. But what this OHANEZE are saying, that the government captured Kanu illegally and they should release him immediately, that is not conciliatory, that is aggressive. So it's two tacks.
Well, it can be interpreted in different way. That is your own interpretation
No,
of the statement.
that's the only
No, that is
interpretation
your,
that coheres.
no,
Nothing
that
else
is,
coheres.
no, that is your own interpretation, and we can interpret it to with many logic. So my own interpretation is that they are speaking in the same vein in support of IPOB position. IPOB has been saying they are not the one attacking people, and now the governors came out to say people that are attacking, stop it because it's not IPOB. You are giving IPOB. That's a statement of support of IPOB position.
But you
Then
are
the number
listening to
two,
it. You know, you are
number
listening to
two.
it on a literal level. You are listening to
Oh,
it on
yes,
listen to it on a nuanced level, not on a
no,
literal
no.
level.
We can't give it one. You can't give it one interpretation. One man. What the way you interpret it? Yes, it's another way to interpret it. It's another way you can interpret it. But the way I'm interpreting, I'm more direct. It's a statement of a statement of support for IPOB position, because what IPOB have been saying is what they are confirming now, that they are not the one attacking. So the governors are attacking it, they are confirming it now, and then these people are saying illegal, confirming what IPOB have been saying, that this illegal kidnap and rendition of IPOB leader to Nigeria was illegal. Now they are confirming, they are supporting it.
Can I ask a question?
Let's hear from
political it's a political statement in support of IPOB position.
All right, let's hear from engineer.
Yeah, hi. Ajaleko, is it the same OHANAEZE that were jubilating when NNAMDI KANU was arrested? Are they the one coming on now talking it's illegal?
They are the one. They are the one.
And do you believe them?
No, forget about. We are talking about the message that statement carry. It's a message of support of IPOB.
There is nothing like message of support,
and that is why I'm supporting Ola's speculation that they are making a political statement. You know,
OHANAEZE knew that the citizens of that territory, they are after them. That's why they're coming out to be chanting. OHANAEZE of the same people that were jubilating when NNAMDI KANU was arrested. It was in this platform I said it. You understand? I said it clearly. How can you allow your own soil to be kidnapped by Nigerian government? And they are jubilating. They are happy. All of a sudden, because the people of that region, they're tired, they start chasing them one after the other. That's why you see them coming out, going to visit him in the court, or coming out trying to like give all this crocodile chanty talk. If OHANAEZE should try to say, oh, NNAMDI KANU is this, arresting him is illegal, they should stone them, because those people, they are not people. I keep saying this, it's just propaganda.
The other thing, engineer, is that we always have to remember that politics is dynamic, and
of course
you can't really hold anybody hostage to a political position that they have evolved from, because nobody is stagnant, and certainly not a politician or a political view. So you cannot hold to a political view of 20 years ago to a dynamic of the now, because then you're out of play. So you have to be in play.
Clearly.
So it's in broad strokes, isn't it? It's in broad strokes. So, thank you for that. But let's get back to Ola to round off his thoughts on that space. Ola, you were coming up with some psychedelic thoughts. Take us back to that psychedelia.
You know, interesting. I love the different view. You know,
I'm behind you.
You are both wrong, though. Is the thing?
I listened to you in the morning.
You are
I
both wrong.
knew why you were talking about politics from the First Republic. I really enjoyed, because I went back to that morning session. I listened to everything. I see how so now, one man, that thing is political. OHANAEZE is just moving to where the current, the ocean current is moving, or let me say they are trying to find some kind of safe landing. These guys are experienced enough, even though we know politics is dynamic, like sociology, politics is dynamic. And these people, they are experienced enough to understand what is happening. But unfortunately, they might have miscalculated. And what they want to do now is proper realignment. So that's just my own perspective. There will be several perspectives to this, but personally, I think that these guys are not just playing another level of politics after they might have failed somewhere. That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, like you said, that is your opinion, but like I said, it's not necessary because the reality of the politics of now, the political reality in the East, as of now, is Kanu. That is the politics of the East at the moment. So people have to take a position, and they have taken this position to align with that narrative that this guy was renditioned, so which makes it an illegal act. So that is out of sequence with the place that kind of politics is now. Because you remember even his lawyer was saying Kanu has never left the table. So that is to say that they're looking for negotiation. And then we are seeing all these senior Eastern politicians going to visit Buhari, and we're seeing noted names in the space going to visit Kanu. So that is all in the realms of a soft landing for the narrative. But to come out then and say that that guy was illegally arrested and should be released immediately, that is out of sequence with what is going on now. So do you see? It's a different narrative, but that is how I view it. But like you said, that was your opinion.
You're still saying out of sequence. It might not necessarily interrupt the plan to release Kanu.
No, it doesn't, but it is an aggressive stance. That is what I'm saying.
Aggressive stance. It can even be aggressive stance on the surface. It does not matter. If there could be grand plan for another thing and be altering something. How could someone will not understand that something was illegal like 4-5 months ago, and all of a sudden today they realize it's illegal?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean they did not realize that it was illegal? For example,
if OHANAEZE were not saying it was illegal like saying like 3, 4, 5 months ago, all of a sudden they now understand what criminality means today.
No. You're not new to politics now, and you are not new to space. Hold on. It's about expediency, is it not? Is politics not about expediency? Do you think all politicians shoot out everything that is in their arsenal? It's about expediency. Everybody, Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria. That is an illegal act. Everybody knows that. So the fact that OHANAEZE had not at that moment said it is an illegal act does not then mean that that view is not held. But the expediency of that time is not their expediency of now. So that illegal act is a weaponry, is an arsenal in that political in their political stock. So when they choose to roll it out is when it is expedient for them. It is not that they are now coming to realize. They've not come to realize. This is where their expediency comes into play. So
exactly.
I'm not quite sure. I don't
one
know.
man. What do you think they are trying to achieve to come out with this statement now? What are they trying to achieve?
I think this is a youth arm of OHANAEZE.
Because the people
hold on. Sorry, engineer, you go first, and then I'll address our water. Yeah.
Ajale Koko. These people are now beginning to be scared because the youth of that territory.
He has clarified it. He says the youth harm. It's not the big.
Yes.
It's not the big brother.
They are scared.
Yeah, hold on, engineer. It's the youth arm of OHANAEZE that is making this statement. So even within that OHANAEZE organization, there's a power tussle between the usual classic eternal generational struggle. So the generation in situation and this generation that wants to come through. So that youth wing that is now speaking in this language, they are speaking to a narrative that aligns with what the general youth of the East, say. So they are fighting their own internal politics under the umbrella of that space, but then putting this narrative out into the wider political space. No?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. I don't. You guys
No,
should know these
it's
things now.
welcome. This is the youth. Is the youth wing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a welcome development. I thought it's the senior OHANAEZE that came up with this statement. I didn't know that is the youth wing.
No, what you need to understand, Ajale Koko, right? If today there is no pressure, there is no things going in that region, I'm telling you, OHANAEZE would never come out and issue that kind of statement. It's just the fact that the ground, the soil is being tortured now. So there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere for hiding for the traditional rulers, the elders, and the so-called elites. This is why you see now, it's like there's fire on the mountain. To me, I keep saying it, they should chase them away from that region. Let them send them to Abuja. Let them go and stay there with Baba. Let them relax there because they pollute that territory. They pollute that area very, very well. Thousands of people are there. Hungry. There is hunger in the land. I keep saying this. There is hunger in the land. And these people, when this guy was shifted to Nigeria, they didn't do nothing. They were just there. I've been saying this on this platform the very first day that they kidnapped this guy. I said, what are the traditional leaders doing? What on earth are they doing? It's their soil, it's their son. You understand? Nobody today, they can kidnap his own child and the person will sit quiet and without voicing out. But they didn't do nothing due to the fact that now the soil is turning, the python dance is turning against their head. They think they can come out and start pretending or coming out and voice out. Please, this is just the genesis. More is coming for them.
But engineer, I want to ask you, why must they fight for him?
Who?
If they don't, if they don't believe in his cause, why must they speak or fight for NNAMDI Kanu?
Listen, they are not,
because some of them don't believe in his cause. Do you understand that?
Do you know how many people, most of the elites, when this guy was kidnapped, shipped to Nigeria, do you know how many elites, how many traditional leaders? OHANAEZE and NNAMDI Kanu, they are not in good terms.
Yes,
never.
That's what I wanted to know. Yes, that's
what
I wanted
never.
To know.
Why are they coming out now? Because there's pressure. There's pressure on the land. What have they done? You understand? It's just like Sunday, but I will still blame the traditional leaders of Yorubas. What are they doing?
They can't do anything.
These people,
Nigerian government is paying them salary.
Good.
They can't see
Why
anything.
are you talking? Because at the end of the day, I keep saying this, these people, they have limited time. They will pimp our brothers. They will keep them there till they finish that country. They steal what they want to steal. Then they release our brothers. That's what they do.
Thomas just gave me a point now. He said the Nigerian government is paying the traditional rulers.
We all know.
So it tells you that the state government can remove a traditional rulers. So a state government that is not aligning with the political ambition of Tinubu and happen to be the godson of Tinubu can harm any traditional ruler. So you see where the vested interest now is blocking.
I'm not sure why you are putting Tinubu. It's a bit like listening to Pansat, that turns everything into iPod.
No.
Are you the Yoruba Pansat? All right, thank you. Let me take you to the north then and see how you can put Tinubu's name in this one. For insurgents to come close to fire rockets, I think something is wrong. We have to fortify Maiduguri town. Governor Zolom reacts to rockets attack. So rockets now being fired into Maiduguri, which then tells you then that almost the rest of the Borno space has been taken over and they are now circling the capital city. So what are you making then of this stranglehold that the insurgents are getting over Borno?
You see, when you see a dangerous organism and you get an antidote, you get something to kill that thing, and people are playing for, oh, don't kill it. And maybe you are applying it to, like this issue of coronavirus, for example. Now, I listen to the World Health Organization. Now, just because some people were reluctant to just get the vaccine, to get some like herd immunity, before you know, another variant now just came out. They are trying, the organism too, they are trying to understand the situation, and it's coming now, even, yeah, it's advancing in different form. So now what am I saying is this: at the beginning of this insurgency, or where the terrorism in this place we are talking about, this guy, they were starting with locally made explosive and some other things, even some with Dingon, before they graduated to AK-47, before they now move gradually, they graduated to rocket propeller, all those stuff. See, when we were supposed to tackle all those things, we have many people like GUMI, for example, that will try to. I'm not saying GUMI is this one that really, but I'm just trying to say that some people that have this type of mentality of GUMI, you are trying to romance all these monsters. You are trying to give it some kind of ethnic coloration. You are trying to protect them, just like Tinubu will protect Agbero in Lagos, for example. Until the thing escalated. Now, the thing has escalated now to the point that these guys now, they've grown to the point that they are no even longer satisfied with the little they were doing before. They were even going now for the political, for the political arena. It's now that is the only time that it now called the attention of the political leaders that have been romancing all these guys before now. Now, when you say you need to, they are not talking of rocket propeller, they are talking of what to say, because they know that by the time you are talking of rocket propeller, even the money you are even spending of your armor personnel carrier, all those things now may not even be important again, because before it used to be the masses and soft target they used to, but now, even though if you like carry armor personnel tank now, they are saying they have, the armor personnel carrier, they are now saying they are giving you signs that they've graduated to the level that they can even attack that. It's only the time that our political leaders now suddenly realize
if Maiduguri is under threat, are we then seeing essentially that suggestions that Borno State is about to fall or has fallen even?
Are we talking of Borno State when we heard the rumor of how these people managed to even pay the insurgent, for example, to get away the anti-aircraft gun with them? This thing is even when in the calculation, Borno is just like a smaller issue to what we are seeing now. Borno has been under siege for a very long time. It's the only thing that they've not finalized. They've not finalized on the total takeover of Borno, for example.
Yeah, but that is what is happening now, because if they are launching rockets you see, Borno State is the second largest state in Nigeria. It's the vast swathe of land. It's the size of about 2-3 countries. If these people take over Maiduguri, which then tells you that they've taken Borno State, then they virtually then have a country.
See, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know if it is too much to say. As far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, I could be wrong, I think they've taken over Borno for a very long time. The only thing they've never done is just to take the administrative, to enter the governor office and just take control.
But that is what they are looking to do now.
Exactly. So now it is not the national thing. Do you know when they would have caught this guy when they asked to declare state of emergency? I didn't be that the government then they declared state of emergency and try to eliminate all these people. Perhaps we would have stopped this thing to a certain degree, and by now maybe we'll be negotiating or the final parts to the peace in the land. But these guys, because everything in Nigeria is about politics. The people, their friend in power, they want to sustain them. They don't want anybody just to declare state of emergency and suspend the state government and all those. So those are the things that they left untamed until the monster now, the monster now has now advanced. They are now they don't care to the point that even the president now can now be begging terrorists in Nigeria. That's the situation they find. So taking Borno for them, if the Nigerian government do not act, there are two ways of acting. It's either you summon the courage, for example, and use your political power to decimate these people, or you cry out to the foreign for foreign help to come in and help you. Why am I saying this thing? Now, when Jonathan, for example, decided to engage some mercenary, when I read about mercenary, for example, now, what did they do? They still use our equipment, they still use our soldiers. That because normally these guys, they will want to tell you that the military capacity in Nigeria, we don't have the capacity. It's a lie, because that's what I gather from that thing. They still use our military, they still use our helicopter, they still use our air to decimate all those people before the like of Buhari and Co started shouting that persecution against the North is against Boko Haram, is a persecution against this thing. Now, the thing has escalated now. They are not ready yet. If they are ready, I'm sure they can move, because already, this guy, they've tried different strategy, okay, how daring could someone have been, for example, when you see the governor's entourage, that how organized, that you will see security and security of the governor traveling from one state to the other, that these guys, they even went to the bush to even try. They even try to see how strong the entourage will be. So he's telling you that they've been planning this thing, they've been learning of what they are going to do for a very long time. Now, the like of this thing, El-Rufai, for example, now, how many times have you heard that guy now will travel along Kaduna Abuja road, for example? He can't. He can't. So these are the type of leaders we have now. So the matter of whether they will take over Maiduguri, if they don't do anything, I want to believe that with the type of leader we have, with the type of security lapses, it's just a matter of time. They are not ready yet.
Oh, all right.
I think
can I interject?
Yeah, go on now.
Yeah, in terms of Borno State, right? Boko Haram can never take Borno State. You know why?
Why?
Just like you said, the size of that state is huge and is massive. Now, come to think about all the villagers. They only go to the villagers that they are completely almost out of Borno State. Those are the places those Boko Haram they terrorize.
They are launching rockets at Maiduguri.
I'm telling you, one man, I have thousands of friends. What they keep saying is Boko Haram can go far away, but they can't come nearby where they call city. It's impossible.
Engineer, do you want me to post the link? Let me post the link so you can see.
One man, I will plead with you. I don't mind somebody from Borno tomorrow. I can link them up for them to come to this platform and testify.
Engineer, that's just an opinion.
No, but I'm telling you what is going on there.
The question to ask is why acquiring rocket launcher? What is it?
Yeah, they can launch it. This is what I'm telling you. They know the area that they do launch it. Remember, Borno State is just near to Chad and it's near to Cameroon. It's just like, let's say, for maximum 3 to 4 hours drive. You find yourself in Chad, you find yourself in Cameroon. So this is how they work. They can start doing all this, maybe rocket launching, blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling you, they can never go into the main place to do that rubbish.
Okay, hold on. I've posted the headline in the comment section. I've posted the article. So you can see, you see Governor Zolom inspecting where they launch rocket in Borno.
What does your friend have to defend that Borno State or Maiduguri? What does he have? That's your friend telling you.
He works there. He works in the NTA station there.
NTA.
Well, okay, ask him about how they are bombing.
When they launch attack into his NTA station.
No, what is the engineer talking about? They say they are bombing Borno. You say they say they are bombing Maiduguri. You say they can't take Borno.
Understand, right?
They've already taken Borno.
In Borno State, that's where we call Tudu.
The governor is crying. You are relying on your friend.
The governor may end up saying, because pressure is coming to him, maybe, he's crying. Obviously, he will definitely cry. Remember something. Remember something.
Hold on. Let him land. Oh, hold on. Sorry, engineer.
Remember, was it a year plus or 2 years ago when Nigerian army in Borno State, they lock up that state because they haven't been giving them their wages, they haven't paid them right, and they're demanding that whatever they gave them to go and fight all these things is not up to date. You understand? So those are the things. Boko Haram, they know the places they operate. It's a mindset. It's a planned game. They go to plan A to go and destroy.
All right. Do you see the article that I posted in the comment section?
I'll check it in a bit.
Oh yeah, because I wanted to make you read it because I don't know if what you are saying, if the governor of Borno State will agree with you.
One man,
because he feels his state has fallen.
Let me tell you one thing. The reason why the governor is coming to talk is because of the traditional rulers in that area. They are the one that went to him and laid their complaint, and that's why he's coming out now to come and speak. But in terms of his own territory, nothing will ever happen. I keep saying it.
Come on, engineer. The headline is there now. They're launching rockets at Maiduguri.
Do you know the size of land?
Listen,
do you know the size of land those people are controlling in Maiduguri?
They are controlling vast land. It's too huge.
They are taking taxes. From area they are controlling.
Listen, my brother went to Bama boarding house. Before where we used to live, before you travel to Bama, it's about 3 to 4 hours drive. So are you telling me rocket launch from all the way to travel? How many distance would rocket travel?
No, but that's the point, engineer. That's the point. The rocket cannot travel a vast distance, so that then tells you that they are surrounded.
They are close.
Maiduguri.
They are close to Maiduguri, and that's why they are launching rockets into that place.
And they cannot be close to Maiduguri without having taken over the entirety of what was behind them.
Yes.
So that is why they control. They are.
If they launch more attack, if they launch more rocket attack into that place, people will run away. Engineer, what are you talking about?
Question for you, engineer.
One man.
That your friend will run away from that event station.
Engineer, question for you. What are the size of Maiduguri got to do with the ability of this guy to approach their attack? What are the size got to do with that, for example?
It has a lot to do with that. It has a lot.
For example,
all the places Boko Haram are dismantling is not nearby Maiduguri.
No, what I'm saying is what are the size? Are you saying these people cannot enter Maiduguri through the bush? Because what you have in the city, for example, is roadblock. And this guy, they've mastered how to travel through the bush. And you don't have our military in the bush. Where you have these people is maybe the roadblock and all those stuff. But if these guys decide to travel through the bush to this place, what has the size of Maiduguri got to do?
Engineer, sorry, let me give you this. It says for insurgents to come close to fire rockets, I think something is wrong. We have to fortify Maiduguri town. Governor Zulum reacts to rocket attacks. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has condemned the rocket attack carried out by Boko Haram and ISWAP terrorists in Maiduguri. Zulum visited persons affected by the rocket attack, noting that the insurgents came close to the capital city before firing the explosives. He urged the military to wake up and ensure adequate patrols, adding that government will do everything to prevent further attacks on Maiduguri and its environ. So that is the governor speaking. So I don't know if you know anything to the contrary. Yes, rational mind.
Can I say something? I just want everyone to listen to me when I say this. You see, the problem of the North, the only way to solve that problem of the North is this. Let them undo the Sharia. I say, let them undo the Sharia. All the states in the North. Take off Sharia. Pull it down. That is number one step that they need to take. And number two, you see, the security architecture of Nigeria, The NSA is from Borno State. The guy in the Senate, who has always been forever in the Senate there, he gets briefing.
Ndume, right?
Is he in Ndume? Yeah. Senator Ndume, yeah. He gets briefing. He's from Borno State. This guy is district. They don't do election. They always bring him back. They return him back to that Senate. So you see those two people from Borno State.
Rational man. In addition, even Buratai, that was just relieved of his taken out and make ambassador to the Republic, is from Borno State as well.
Okay. Now, so
when he was Borno State, they cannot even defend the state.
So see, the problem is there. The problem is this: Buhari is doing a big mistake. I don't know who is advising him. These people who are from that region, they are the problem. Now, let me give you an example of that in Dume. That in Dume you're saying. In Dume, they do election every year. Every time they do election, every election cycle, they don't do election in his district. What they do is that they will take some few people who are displaced from his own place, because there's no place. I mean, the people don't live in that place anymore because Boko Haram has taken over that place. So maybe they are in. Some of them are in Maiduguri area. They will take few of them. They will say they will vote for that district, and then they will return him back to the Senate. Now, this guy, I tell you, in Dume, knows about the Boko Haram issue in that area. It's a deliberate and it's a calculated move for him to always get himself back to the Senate, because there's no election going on in that place. I'm not speculating, but if you say you are speculating, it's up to anybody. But
no, you are speculating. You don't know it factually.
Well, okay. You go do your factual check. Go see what I just said to you. That is what it is. It comes to Senate. It goes back to the Senate unopposed.
Yeah, because it comes from an illiterate background, and it's the one that can is in the land of the blind.
There are people there.
In the land of the blind.
But the problem is
who?
No.
Woman, are you aware that guy was fingered in the initial formation of Boko Haram?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay.
And he gets security briefing. So that is a time bomb for that region and for Nigeria. So the only thing Buhari can do right now is, if you cannot even ask them to put down that their Sharia, remove Monguno. Tell the Senate to remove this guy from chairman or being the chairperson of the Senate for Armed Forces or whatever. This guy should not get any briefing anymore. Let them put him in oblivion, and then let him be in oblivion. As to that, I tell you, they will start seeing changes in that place, because these people, you see, it's a huge thing going on in that area, a real scam, fraud, and a lot of things going on there. It's a deliberate attempt to put Nigeria in this situation.
Rational man, how do you think that will be achieved when the commander-in-chief will have hidden agenda too?
Of course,
colonization. So that what you are suggesting cannot be achieved.
It cannot be achieved. Of course, it's an equivalent tax that can. It's something that's cannot be achieved. And I tell you, anybody that gets there, either Atiku, either Ojuyobo, this problem will get worse under them. It will get worse under them. They will not be able to resolve it. So you see, for me, the only solution to this is this: let them just break that country. Let them face that wall there.
No. Well, yes, that is the cleanest solution. But I wouldn't accept that that problem cannot be solved, because a lot of people know the cusp that problem is coming from. You've just described one of the cusps that problem is coming from. So if anybody then has the political will and the braveness of heart to take it on, they can take it on and solve it fairly rapidly.
One man, a president cannot do this. The only thing a president can do is the security architecture. Maybe you can revamp it.
Yes.
But the Sharia aspect of it, it's an equivalent. In fact, it's semi.
What has the Sharia got to do with it?
Yeah, it's a lot with it. You are enthroning one religion to reign supreme in a region. You are inviting trouble.
What if that is what the people want?
No,
If
in
they
a
want to
secular state, you
live
cannot
under
do
a
that.
Sharia system,
In a secular
But
state,
that should be regarded as illegal because we are in a secular
in a
state.
secular state, you cannot do
no,
that.
no,
But
no.
The
the
secular
It
state
can
is
it can
different.
work in tandem. They've always lived. They've been living at least since Obasanjo days under Sharia,
No, that is where the problem started from. Yeah, that's where it
right?
started from.
Yeah.
Immediately they introduced that Sharia. Mohammed, what's his name? Boko Haram. They started their campaign, their massive campaign in the whole of the north. Because they now have a Sharia. They want to start some kind of caliphate or whatever there, because they believe that since Islam has taken over this 12 northern states, then now they can start. Putting up a Grand Qadi or Grand Mufti or whatever they want to install there. So for that reason, from there they will start their proselytization, and then everybody must follow that strict uniform religion. That is where it started from.
Yeah, but
Check the history.
is that the way of life that the people there want?
One man. The issue is not the way of life. The issue is the threat to the oneness of that country.
No. First, what way of life do the people there want?
One man. Were the people not living before? Were they not Muslims?
Yeah.
Before?
Well, they would describe that they were living not as they want, and they were living under duress.
Now they've seen how they live now. What has that brought to them? What has that brought to them?
Well, it doesn't matter. If that is what they want, that is what they want.
Do you know the people Borno State, they live happily, they
What do
enjoy
you mean
more
it
than
can
us?
never work?
It can never work. That is the
can never
problem.
work? What can never work?
You remember immediately Sharia was enthroned in that area. I mean, when they make a Sharia official state religion in that area. We know of the Kaduna crisis, the Just crisis, how they were killing each other. So what started that?
No, they've always killed each other in the north. That's just their way of life as well.
During Babangida's time, during Obasanjo's time, it got worse. I was in Nigeria at that time. I was in the north. A lot of people were trooping down to Abuja. They were running from Kano State, Sokoto State, what's it called? Jos, Plateau State, that wasn't even predominantly most Christian. So that is the source. That is the real source of that problem.
If you ban Sharia in the north, but the people of the north want to live under a Sharia system, then what do you have? What do you get?
That's where the problem is, one man. That is where the problem is. It's going to be nearly impossible to undo. It's going to be nearly, and as long as that Sharia remains there, one man, Nigeria will never know peace. But mark my word today, Nigeria will never know peace.
Okay, well, those are your words.
I think it sounds too spurious, or too. I'm telling you, that is the very root of the problem in the north.
All right. Well, I don't know about that, but I would suggest that it is more complex and multifaceted than just
complex. But that is part of it.
That's part of it, but that's not the totality of it.
What the rational mind is saying is this. See, I agree with him totally. What, like the time is mentioned, for example, now it was even the matter for the international community until Obasanjo said it was political Sharia. Obasanjo wanted to do something about it, but when it was a matter of constitution, he could no longer do anything that time. He just have to leave. Now, when you look at even the like of Gideon Oka, when you look at the like of those people trying to impose this Sharia, this kind of OIC something, Nigeria have this long history of some people trying to impose the religion on the state. And the peak of it was that 1999 constitution, whereby they smuggle. One thing is that people believe that maybe people within that region want to practice Sharia. I know nobody put that into them to hear it. Is some of the leaders that smuggle in that thing into the 1999 constitution. And these guys, they've always been tried before, but that 1999 constitution now empowered them now, gave them like kind of constitutional immunity now to start promoting what they could not promote before. Now, the escalation of that promotion is what we are seeing today, because it sends signal to so many people and so many fanatics to find some kind of structure through our constitution. So to me, this guy, like the rational mind is saying to me, if it is possible, like of Gideon Oka, they had wanted to carve that part of region out of the country, because everybody they've actually pinpointed those regions as the problematic a very long time ago,
right.
decades, and we are now seeing exactly what the like of Gideon Oka are saying now. So to me, the rational mind, I think I support.
Let me just say this
what you are saying. Yes, really.
Let me say this real quick. Now, I know you know of the medieval story of the crusade and all of that. I don't want to go into details as to that. Anybody that knows the story, when Jerusalem was declared to be a kingdom on earth, kingdom of God on earth, they were all fanatics that came all across from Europe to go defend that place. That is what is playing out in the northern part of Nigeria. They've seen that part as a theocratic, whatever they call it, a government that is supposed to be ruled by Allah or whatever. And so fanatics are coming from every part, like just like what we see played out in the Middle East with ISIS. They declared a caliphate, and people were trooping from Europe, from every corners of the world, down to that Syria and Iraqi area. So that is the recipe we're talking about here. They've started something that started to consume them, because they see that region as some sort of Islamic state being created by 12 states aligning together within an entity which is supposed to be a secular state. You are inviting people over from Niger, from Chad, from the Sahel, from everywhere.
Mali.
What do you expect? What do we expect? So history has a way of replaying itself. Except Nigeria realizes this, the government realizes this. But I think the way it is right now, it's almost nearly impossible for them to undo it. Because it's going to take a real deal of talking, negotiation, and whatever, which I even doubt if they'll ever be able to do it. So for me, I think a lot of the people that I was talking about, everybody going their separate ways. Because if we have to restructure too, it's part of what we're going to negotiate with them. Restructuring, we have to negotiate that aspect too.
All right, that sounds somewhat like an alarmist point of view.
So are you saying the 12 states?
They've been talking of this alarmist.
Hold on, Ola, please. Let's hear from engineer.
Are you saying the 12 states they are working together? Rational mind.
They are all working together. Don't you know?
It's a lie.
It's a lie. What is the lie there?
Because if you're saying the 12 states in the north they are working together, that's a capital no, and that's a capital lie, because you don't know what is going on in that region now. Because in that region, let me tell you, in that region now, the way it is now, I'm telling you, Buhari is a failure to some of them. If you don't know, you understand. We can't just, we should be mindful of just coming out and saying the 12 states.
No, it's an alarmist narrative. That's just
you understand, because most of them, let me tell you, the way things are going now, most of them, I'm telling you, if they should see the man himself, they will eat him raw.
Engineer.
Wait, let me interject, I beg. Engineer. So sorry. How's everyone doing, I beg? Good. I hate to just cut people off. So you're saying
but we do it anyway. Yeah, look at that.
One man. I love the show. So the thing is this, engineer, you're saying all the 12 states were not in cahoots, but they all at the same time requested Sharia from Obasanjo at the same time. And Obasanjo felt if he didn't give them this Sharia, he was facing a serious case of secession in Nigeria at the time. So how would you then make the argument that they're not all of the same ideology when they all requested it at the same time?
They knew
what they were doing.
You said during Obasanjo, right?
Yes.
Obasanjo,
it's not in the constitution.
Nigeria is a secular Christian then, right? But what I'm telling you now, during the Muhammadu Buhari, I'm telling you, these people don't want to know anything about that.
No. I disagree.
You have to realize that alliance still exists.
It doesn't exist.
What in the talk, engineer?
I'm telling you,
engineer,
my brother.
It still exists.
There are some things we need to be mindful of coming and saying it. If you don't live there, don't talk about it. That's just the truth. You understand?
No.
If you want to
Engineer,
study
wait a
people,
second.
study, do the research properly. I'm telling you.
Engineer, when was the last time you was at home? When was the last time you were
This is Rational Mind and his usual alarmist narrative.
Listen.
How can you say that?
Even though I've been noticing that Rational Mind.
Before Corona started, I was in Nigeria, my brother. I was in the north. I went to Meduguri myself.
Aizon just told you the history of this thing now. The historical part of this thing, and they have not done anything. Engineer, hold on. And they have not done anything contrary. They've not came out with a contrary statement that okay, we are not doing this thing again. And you are saying that you see that one you are talking about Buhari is a different game entirely. But we are talking about the religious fanaticism and the ideology.
You are talking about Sharia.
The ideology that exists behind it.
He's saying, Nene. But that's something you need to understand, Ajale Koko. See, these people during Obasanjo, you understand. I don't disagree with you. They may end up coming and say, "Oh yeah, we need it." And if you notice during Obasanjo, they always invite a senior something based on Islamic to come into the state and give preaching. That's during Obasanjo. That's something we are mistaken here. Now look, during this man now, did you ever see them inviting anybody coming into Nigeria? No, because they are fed up.
Engineer, can I say something?
So that means that they're not in cahoots. Is that what you're saying?
They are not.
Engineer, you're just being. Let me not say. I don't want to sound like maybe.
No. There's a different narrative from the one that you are painting. Is what engineer is saying to you. And engineer has as good. You went to school in Borno, didn't you? So he has a good feel of the place as well. And you have a more speculative feel of the place, I would suggest. Hold on now.
Sometimes the way you just paint things, the way you say things.
No. Now, engineer went to school there. You just traveled through there.
I didn't travel there. I lived there. I live in the north. I used to live in the north.
Where in the north do you live? Let me start from there. My brother, you only live in one state in the north.
One state? Me? Look at you.
Where then? Tell me. I will tell you everything about state in Nigeria.
I can't tell you all the state I live, but I live in many states. I live in many states in the north. The only state I've never been to is Borno.
Have you been to Yobe State?
Yeah.
Where in Yobe?
Look at that. You see now, eh?
Have I been to Yobe State? Yes, I've been to Yobe State.
I said where?
Is it not where you have the Mambila?
Look at that. Is it not where you are? Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy. What are you doing now?
Somebody that have traveled widely, sometimes you can't remember.
You don't know this. He said he has lived there. He said he has lived there. He doesn't know where he lived. Is it not in Mambila?
Engineer cannot tell us too that he lives in most part of the north. He cannot tell us as well. Like that.
My dad was a uniform man. You know how uniform man they do operate. They send them every state by state in Nigeria. I've been to almost
I go there on my own.
8 states in Nigeria. We live there because my dad he served in Nigerian Navy. He served in Nigerian military. Then he retired in Nigerian police.
Trying to tell me that because I can't give you a particular place I live in Yobe State. I don't know.
How can you not? Listen to what you said. You can't give where you lived in Yobe State.
I have been to Yobe State.
Okay.
Where in Yobe State? Where?
But for some reasons, I don't want to disclose some things.
Look at that. Because people will then know you. Because you say you live in Ikeja, people will know who you are. That doesn't. Come on, man.
Don't worry. I just don't want to.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
If I may comment,
hold on, Ola. I'm keeping an eye on you. You know, rational mind. I'm watching you with one eye.
You don't want him to disclose everything about himself now.
No. How does that disclose? Where have you lived in Lagos? I've lived in Ajegunle. I've lived in Ikeja. How does that then identify who I am? That doesn't tell anybody anything. But he cannot. He's probably googling Yobe State now to look for a name to give us? Is that what are you doing now?
This woman now,
no, he caught you out now. He caught you
He's
out.
just trying to discredit the whole thing that I said.
No, but he
No,
caught you out.
no,
He
my
said,
brother,
where
I'm
did
not.
you live in
I'm
Yobe
not.
State?
Trust
And you're
me.
saying, is that not where Mambila is?
Trust me, I'm not. I will never disgrade whatever you said, but it's just down to reality, right? To me, I'm telling you now, the way Borno State there is like the governor needs more money. What can they do? We have to play those kind of politics. Remember when during Boko Haram they are operating, Buhari later visited that place. Remember how much the governor spent just to, we discussed this in this platform, innit? So sometimes if that region, if they don't have enough money, what can they do? Let's just play this thing and play that. So they will release money.
Engineer, do you know how many times that these terrorists has attacked several bases of Nigerian army in Borno State and took over their weapons? Do you know how many times? Even their super camp. Hold on. Even their
it's
super
almost like
camp
they are
there,
going there to hand
their
over
super
weapons,
camp, their super camp, they overrun them, took their 95% of the weapons that these people they were taken over from Nigerian army. The weapons that those people are operating with to salvage, to sack our people and kill our people, they took it over from Nigerian army. So the administration has failed completely. They cannot defend. The governor is crying.
Engineer, Borno State has
They
fallen,
cannot
whether
defend.
you like it
They
or not.
cannot defend that place.
Don't get me wrong.
When it has reached this stage, when rocket attack is landing on the capital city,
There's fire on the mountain. Is what that means.
Run. What I'm saying here is, if the rocket, whatever is launching, right, that will never come to the city area. And apart from that, I'm telling you,
No. Hold on now, engineer. You cannot say that now. When the state governor is telling you that is
one man, that man, listen, one man, this man is just saying it because there is no money in that
engineer,
place.
why are you talking like? Why do you say the governor?
I was with you up to that point.
He's the security officer of the state.
Let me remind the engineer or something. The day the Boko Haram enter Abuja and attack a building in Abuja or not? How did they get to Abuja? Inside Federal Capital Territory when Jonathan was there. You remember the building is this what that international building they attacked within Abuja?
Was it not the United Nations building or something?
Yeah, it was United Nations. I just want to be very sure. Yeah, you understand? So if they could do that within the Federal Capital Territory, Federal Capital, what is Borno State?
Ola.
Now,
try to understand something now. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but this is what I'm trying for you to understand. When it comes to politics, the governor will do anything. It's the same governor that was 3 times attempting it on him. But what happened? They did not succeed, didn't it? So
engineer, only God saved that guy. They would have
they did not succeed now. They didn't succeed. Yeah, he is right.
They almost close to him. You don't see him crawling on the floor with his chest on the ground.
But this is something I said this to you sometime ago.
Engineer is saying it's boju.
1 year ago.
It's a dollar move.
One year ago, was it 1 year or 2 years ago? The army, they blocked that state. There is no car coming from Yobe State.
Let me ask a question.
Nothing is coming in. You know why?
Let me ask a question. In Borno
Who
State,
told you that is? Do you know how many IDP? Do you know how many IDP we have outside that state in Chad? Nigerian citizens that have been displaced in Borno that are living in Chad. They are over 400,000 that man always visit to give them money and materials. And you are saying those people are not. What are you talking about, engineer? What are you talking about? Engineer. Do you know what it is for somebody, for people not to live in their villages, not to have their farm and lost everything they work for? Do you know what it is? And you say those people are not, and they are launching attack into the city, and you are saying they are not getting close. Engineer, don't.
Okay,
Come
no
on.
problem.
All right, let's hear from
engineer,
Russian. Yeah.
Besides Maiduguri, what other? Okay, let me ask you this: how many local government are there in Borno State?
How would they know that? What sort
What
of
a question.
Is,
No,
how
I'm
would they
asking
know
because
that?
I just want to because you said you lived there before. You know the very.
But how would you? How many local governments are in Lagos? What are you talking? Come on, man. That's not the question.
Okay. If you don't know it, okay. Oh, man, let's not be.
Who
dramatic.
knows that?
I don't want to be
Nobody. I
dramatic.
don't even think the governor of Borno State knows how many local governments there are there.
Bomba don't kill you.
National mind.
Governor, the local government.
No, but you know now, how can you ask how many local governments are in Borno? That's not a question.
No, he wanted me to go and Google
Let me ask you this.
wants you to go.
Besides Maiduguri, which other part of Borno is safe that has enough security? And safe.
Wulari is safe.
Where?
Wulari market.
It's safe.
Yeah, it's very safe.
Wulari market, is it a market or is it just a town on its own?
It's like a mini town. They call it Wulari.
It's not within the Maiduguri area.
Of course.
So we're talking about Maiduguri. I mean, apart from Maiduguri, anything outside Maiduguri, where do you know that is safe? Because I had Baga that I had
one man
from Boko Haram. Boko Haram has taken over that place.
Yes, let's move on. Yeah, let's move on because we could be in this place forever.
This is something we need to understand, right? The size of Maiduguri is huge.
It's huge.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's very, very huge. But one thing that you need to know is where all these Boko Haram, they are launching, they are displaying whatever they are doing, right? Is completely far from the state. This is something that we need to understand.
So how are they able to strike even Maiduguri?
Because they said, listen, if you look, try to listen to the Nigerian army that they have issues in Borno State and listen to what they're saying. They will send them to patrol. Patrol is outside Maiduguri. They will go out there. During their patrol, the Boko Haram may hide in the desert for them. And this is why most of our Nigerian army are being killed. You understand? They can travel from here 2 hours drive out of that state to go to inside Sambisa or close to Sambisa forest. And those guys, the terrorists, they are completely out of that territory. The villagers that lives there, they manage to do their farming and the rest. Those are the people that is being affected badly. Remember, there was a time Nigerian army, they sent them, right? They fought the Boko Haram to the stage they lost the bullets to the stage that they run into Cameroon. They run into Chad. Chad army has to rescue our brothers. The Cameroon have to rescue our brothers, and they brought them back. And that was the time Nigerian government, after 2, 3, 4 years, they end up saying that most of our Nigerian army, they run away. And they start charging most of them. They said, oh, they didn't do their job properly. Because this is what I'm telling you. They don't give them what they want, but they send them to a far place. You are here in this platform, a Nigerian guy, a commander who is from the south. He came out, he was locked for a year. But they interview him, Punch interview him. He said it clearly. They sent him, he fought Boko Haram, they killed his guys, they came back, and they want him to go back again, which he said to them, we need more sophisticated weapon to go there and use it. But due to the fact that they didn't supply them with what they want, they are willing to go. Nigerian army are willing to deliver. But if you look, most of the Nigerian senior officers now, they're all from the south, they're all from the west. Those people are ready to encounter these terrorists. But the weapon...
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Yeah, carry on, engineer.
Because they're not giving them what they want. They can give them little thing. If they go there, most of them will be heated. If they hit most of Nigerian army, they will come back to barrack. But this is politics. I keep saying it. They will end up telling them to go. The reason why this commander said to them, we need more weapon, and they end up saying no, he refused to go because blah blah blah. They jailed him for over a year. He came out on the national TV. He gave the testimony.
All right, it's a very complex space. That's just the thing. But
engineer, one man.
Sorry, you recommended to move on, so let me do exactly that. So
one man.
Yeah,
one man. One quick thing I just want to point out to engineer that kind of buttresses rational minds point.
Oh no,
is that
is a Sharia?
You know. Yeah. My brother, facts are facts, so we can't run from them.
All right.
But
facts can be fiction sometimes, but carry on.
No, during Jonathan's administration, right? Even the president himself said that Boko Haram has operatives within his government.
Yes.
The Americans came down and they said every time they would get information on the location of Boko Haram, someone would tip them off, and by the time they get there, they are disappeared. American intelligence have also said clearly.
Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? Yeah. No. What do you mean it's correct? Where is it getting it from?
No.
No, it's for public opinion.
No. This is not public opinion. No. This is not because we're here. Because we're here verbalizing. A lot of these interviews were done by news channels. The quote from Jonathan himself. It was Jonathan himself that said it.
That the Americans were telling him where Boko Haram
No, Jonathan himself said that Boko Haram has infiltrated his government.
No, I know that. I know that he said that. Okay. But this American
the American interviews, the Americans said Nigeria does not want to end the scourge of Boko Haram. Because there are people.
Where was that said?
There was an American special forces guy. Actually, the guy is a Yoruba guy, but I think he went to America a long time ago and he got trained by.
Okay,
he got trained by. Wait. Let me land the plane. Let me land the plane.
Soldier guy. Are you talking about?
No. This is a special forces U.S. guy. He just happens to have a Yoruba name, but he was trained over there. He said they came to Nigeria. They were working with Nigerian forces. They were even preparing them to really wash out Boko Haram.
Don't worry about all that. I don't worry about all
that. One man.
It's just some guy. I know this kind of guys. He would dress up in some military fatigue.
No.
One man is true.
No. One man.
Google Arise.
One man. This guy was interviewed. This guy was interviewed on Arise, and I think even channels.
Right.
He was interviewed live, and he said it's almost like me recapping the words that were said by the former DSS guy, the Yoruba guy that went on TV and was saying and that got invited by DSS. It's almost like recapping his analysis of the security situation in Nigeria, and you're questioning me on where did I get that information from. That is a valuable source. So the source is credible.
I don't
so
know.
What I'm saying to you is,
I don't know about that. It's credible only because. Anyway, I don't know. I don't buy that.
It's a credible source. If a security official
that wears military fatigue is telling you that it's special forces.
Yeah, if a security official from the U.S. Special Forces is saying no. He's saying that in America, he was based in America, by the way, when the interview was done. He's saying that
is it called Coyote?
What? Okay. Let me give you this. Discount him. What about the South Africans that they interviewed that actually gave their account of their success rates in pushing Boko Haram out of Borno?
Those were contractors. But then those were contractors.
But their account is valid source for what happened and how they were forced to pull them out after the election.
Are they contractors?
Yes, but their experiences can be counted as a credible narrative of what is going on in the area, because these are people that went on ground that are not bound by the Nigerian government.
A mercenary with a credible account, is this what you're saying?
Yes, because the Nigerian soldier, the Nigerian soldier that comes out,
gun for hire
one man, the Nigerian soldier that comes out and says these things, they will jail him, like he just said. So it's someone that's not bound by the Nigerian military that can give you an accurate account.
Do you not just find that whole not you personally, but the narrative as you're painting, does it not sound a bit wishy-washy? Are we doing
wishy-washy?
One man.
A guy dressed in a military fatigue, calling himself Coyote Special Forces America, and South African mercenaries.
That is on a credible Nigerian news channel. One of the. I'm not talking about the random YouTube channel where some guy just comes on. This is a credible news source.
Do you know that the Nigerians?
Come on, one man.
In America.
Come on now. Well, I don't
part
know.
of the US. One man, you allow me to speak?
No, sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Please. Here in America, there are Nigerians that are doing well in the US military. They are part of the security. How do I put it? They work for the intelligence here. They are Nigerian born. There's one Igbo guy who is the I think chief of naval staff or something like that.
Chief of naval staff. Yes. Thank you.
I read about that guy that he handled his budget very well. Yeah, I know about his narrative.
Yeah, Nigerians doing well here. They are part of a special. In fact, there's one Nigerian guy who was born in Lagos, but the mom is he's a Yoruba guy. I asked, is this Netflix film going on here in America that the guy is doing? He is a special force. He works for U.S. Special Forces. So what I'm just trying to make you understand is that there are Nigerians doing well here who have been trained by the United States. So don't use this. Let's not try to just put them down like maybe they are just ordinary people from the streets.
No, an American called Coyote painting a narrative that he's painting.
So what problem do you have with that?
No, one man.
Because it's already colored by the by the political space.
One man, this is what happened. You see, during Jonathan, right? When those girls were kidnapped, was it about 200 or 300 something, schoolgirls, right? America want to come in, but they just need approve from the Nigerian government. They just need that approved because they send it. I think they said they send drone. He can see where those girls are, and they can, they just need approval from Nigerian states. But there was no approval, and that's how they back up. And that's where most of the Nigerians who live in America, both the uniform or non-uniform men, they start asking questions. And those are the things that, according to this guy, my brother now, quite sure what that guy came out and said, it's true. Because if America wants to help Nigeria at that moment, they're just waiting for Goodluck Jonathan to say, go ahead. But due to the fact that, due to the political whatever that is taking place at that moment, everything went wrong. So there was no good.
All right. You see, there's a lot of ambiguity to all of the narrative that does not really, a lot of it, there's just my own point of view. That's not to say, of course, I mean, we're just all talking here. But there's a lot of it. It has a grain of truth, some of it, but it doesn't hold, for me, the weight that people are trying to give the attribution to. This grand Sharia plan, these special forces called Coyote and South African mercenaries. So that's just
one man. Let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
Are you saying that religious extremism is not one of the problems that is ravaging the North that brought us this state of insecurity we found ourselves today? Are you saying religious extremism backed by that Sharia does not play? It's not in play here.
No. I think it's a conquest clothed in religion that the North is contesting with. Yes, conquest clothed in religion, because you have to understand that a lot of the conflict in the North is tribal, not religious. The Fulanis are weighing upon these communities who are also Muslim. So that's conquest. But they are painting a narrative of a particular slant of their religion and using that as the reason. So they cloak it.
No. You don't get my point. I am saying the religious extremism.
Yes.
Ideology of conquest. That is what the religions taught them. Played important role and brought us to where we are today. It played very prominent role, extremism and conquest, that the religious Sharia, that we have to govern the whole place with Sharia, played important role.
Let me even support your point a little more. One man, have you heard of a type of Islam called Daru Islam?
No, well, I'm not Muslim, so I wouldn't know much about it.
No,
neither
am I. But I've obviously looked it up. It's because it's an ideology in Islam that essentially says anything owned by an infidel can be collected by a believer. And I'm paraphrasing and summarizing here. But essentially,
Wahhabism,
yes,
it support that as well. It's all about conquest.
You are not Muslim, Ajanle Koko.
You don't know?
Well, I'm speculating.
I am.
No,
all right, okay.
One man, but you don't have to be Muslim to understand what an ideology within a religion is promoting.
Well, you probably have to be, but
that is one man for you.
No, I mean, you don't have to be.
Before you can do that.
One man, Daru Islam essentially says anything owned by an infidel
is
can
Ja
be
Rule
repatriated.
not a musician from the 80s? Look at this guy. Well, look at this guy. We're back to rational mind.
One man, you know, go kill me, honestly.
Ja Rule, look at that. Ja Rule.
You know, go kill me.
Is it Rastafari? Yeah, we doing Rastafari.
One man, I don't tire for you. That's why all the one man. That's why all the iPop guys, they run from your channel every time they come.
Let them run now. But they cannot hide. They can run, but they cannot hide. Yeah?
One man.
Yes, engineer.
You see, when it comes to the issue of all this Sharia of a thing, right? Like I said, I will send you a video on your WhatsApp, maybe after now. It was the guy was talking in Hausa, right? Something that we need to understand. If they said, okay, they have Sharia, and this is what is happening. Someone come out, they said, a mosque in the north is where the Boko Haram now are sleeping with women. And we still have a so-called leader called Buhari. The guy narrated everything bit by bit. I would love you guys to have that video so that if you people think maybe, oh, Sharia is in this state or in that state or is contributing to this, my brother, we are getting things wrong.
You see, it is not about religion. It is about
it's
conquest.
Not about religion. So
it is about tribe and conquest. That is really what it is, not religion. Tribe and conquest.
Because
look, let me tell you, religious play the role. Didn't you guys listen to Gumi? Gumi said, hold on, let me narrate to you what Gumi said. Gumi said those guys does not want to listen to politicians, does not want to listen to anybody, but they are ready to listen to them that are their religious leader. And that is why
spiritual leaders.
Yes, spiritual leader. And that is why he is telling the government to mellow down and let them work with them because they are ready to listen to them. So what does that tell you? That religion is playing a role. And
all right, but a good 60-70% of the violence is being vested upon the same faith.
These are guys that are on drug. They don't care. The conquest doesn't care. They want.
No.
Look, let me tell you how these terrorists work. Let me tell you how they work. You see, the Boko Haram way of operation is different from ISWAP. Boko Haram is about sacking the whole village, kill anybody as you want to kill, take over the place. Whether they are Muslim or not Muslim, Boko Haram is after land grabbing, conquest, blood
so
grabbing.
that is not religion.
That's not religion.
That is not religion. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Where it is religion. They have religion because they are holding their Quran and they are chanting.
Hold on.
No,
Can you just wait 1 second, Ajale Koko? What I said originally was that it is it is tribe and conquest clothed in religion, and what you just described. But that's it now. What you have just described. What Ajale Koko has done. Hold on. What you have just described now is tribe and conquest clothed in religion. That is what is going on.
Yeah. Hold on. This what Boko Haram does when they come into any village or any space whatsoever, they want to kill all the men because they've seen them as a threat. Kill men, take women and children. Those can cook for them and they can groom those children to be their members. You understand their mode of operation. And so the men are considered as a threat. Let us kill them. Let us take their women. Let us take children, and we can groom the children. Okay? ISWAP. And then when they achieve that, they will establish their formation there and convert them to their ideological ideological way of operating. That is their own. No. Then the ISWAP way is they don't want to kill anybody. They want to control your space, take taxes, and govern you. So we have two different operators, but both sides carry religion as their supreme ideology.
Yeah, as a reason.
Yes. Grabbing
so that land, is tribe and conquest clothing religion.
But religion is playing a role. Anybody that they conquered have to convert to Islam. You cannot be a Christian.
Hold on, engineer. The people that they are sacking, they are already Muslims.
But one man, there's a difference between extremists and moderates.
Yeah, well, there are many villages
and moderates.
Yeah, when
I'm sorry, let's be mindful of the language so we don't trigger YouTube. But carry on, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, Wama, let me ask you a question. Would you prefer and listen, one man, I know a lot of Muslims in Nigeria too, so this isn't a bashing on any religion, please. But the fact of the matter is, like Ajane Boko is saying, is that there are extreme versions out there, and Sharia that they've implemented in 12 states, where part of the law requires severe punishment for certain crimes, where you have Hizbah police, that is not your moderate form of Islam. It's a fact. And you and I both know we prefer the moderate form of Islam. And, in a lot of these 12 states, keep in mind, we all look at the North as a monolith, but let's be very clear about this. There are several ethnic minorities that are non-Muslims. Southern Kaduna, the entire almost a huge part of Plateau State is not even Muslim. Same thing with Gombe, Adamawa, a part of Borno. Even Borno has a huge population of Christians. Make no mistake about this, or animists. Yeah. And Taraba, as a matter of fact, is majority Christian. So is Taraba, Benue. Yeah. Yes. So even Nasarawa, when you look at these places, don't make no mistake about it. The only thing is that now they have the Sokoto Caliphate with the Sultan at the head and emirs in all these different places, so they can spread the religion. But the downside is when you now start to circumvent the Nigerian constitution, which is the governing law of the state, and you implement religious law, you have pretty much destroyed the lives.
Where's that been done?
In those 12 states. When you implement Sharia law, yes.
Do you know that you have the option not to be tried under Sharia in where they have Sharia laws?
But go and tell people living in Kanu that are Christians that they have the option. Wait. Go and tell people living in Kanu where Hizbah arrests them that they have an option not to be arrested by
No,
Hizbah.
let me tell you, because I don't think a full grasp of the space is really in play. You see, all those spaces that you have Sharia, you have the option not to be tried under Sharia, but nobody will exercise that option because it is sacrilegious. It is a sacrilege to exercise it. But they do have the
Let me ask
option
you,
not to be
wait,
tried under Sharia.
woman, are you saying there's a difference between being tried and enforcement? Are you
Yeah, no,
saying
not to be captured within these structures of
if I'm in Niger State or in Jigawa
Mm-hmm.
and I'm drinking Gouda, do you think the enforcement arm will tell me that, oh, I have an option not to be tried under their environment? No, they will take action first. Just like the guy, was he in Kaduna, that turned and became Christian, and then something happened, and next thing they went and they killed his pastor on the street like he wasn't even a human being.
Yeah, but that was a criminal act.
They will take action, and that action can be anything.
Yeah, but that is a criminal act.
No. According to Sharia law, certain actions are punishable by death.
Right.
Not too long. Let me give you part of the real history. Not too long after Obasanjo passed the law, do you recall the woman they had sentenced to stoning by death? And Obasanjo had to intervene again to say, look, I gave you people this law, but if anything happens to that woman, it will be fire on the mountain with you people. And they had to retract and they let her go. Do you recall that, one man?
All right. No, but I want to.
No, I'm just what I'm trying to do.
Hold on. I want to abandon that space because we've been well over an hour on that space. So I think
Aizan is right. Is right though.
One man.
Yes, let's hear from UK. Yeah, UK. Let's.
I still there here. They join my community meeting for our development. So make una carry on. I go come when we finish.
Always a businessman.
UK, my man.
Yeah, you forget that go there. But I'm glad I'm your friend. Though when the billions come, then I will come and knock on your door.
I have question for Ajale Koko.
But not on that space anymore because it will just unless you want us to spend the session on that space, that which I'm happy to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Spend it.
Ask your question then, engineer.
Okay. Ajale Koko, you said it's based on religion, right?
Yes.
Religion play most important role in it.
Okay.
Religion that gave them. Hold on. Is religion that gave them that ideology of grabbing land as well. That is what the religion tells them.
Okay.
Yes. So religion is the arrowhead in everything that is the driver of everything that they are doing.
Okay, but the video I will send to one man, I believe one man will send to you soon. Something that if you watch that video, I'm still confused. I don't know if you explain more details to me, but I'll just give you a little bit of it.
What I'm saying, the land grabbing and everything fell under the religious ideology. All the religions tells them to do. Yes.
But let me ask my question first. My question to you is, Boko Haram in Zamfara, they go to mosques, they catch ladies. If they are passing by, they can come to your house, get your number to say, okay, we're coming to pick you.
You just mind the language.
Yeah, we're coming to pick, family member, right? They go to a place of worship they call mosques, and they commit atrocity there. And they call the person to come and pick his family member. Now, are you telling me, is it religion or what?
Those guys are on that drug. I mean, they're on drugs. That's why you see them. Yes. But yeah.
So are you saying those Boko Haram, they have their own religion aside from the other Muslims? Is that what you're saying?
What do they call themselves? Boko Haram, what's the meaning? What are they championing?
What is the their rules of engagement? What is
So
it
what
based
is their
upon?
religion?
What is
What
the
is
rule?
Boko
The
Haram
rule
religion?
of engagement. Their rule of engagement. What is it based upon? It's the religion that that is guiding them on
Which of the religion?
everything.
I need to know
No,
which religion.
no, hold on. But that is the we have to make this
Wow.
distinction because it is a distinction that really helps the narrative. You see, a lot these people are first and fundamentally bandits. That is who they are. They're criminals. So they then use that religion as a cover narrative to pretend at a higher purpose. But these people, they don't serve a higher purpose. They're just criminals. So what they want is to grab land and to institute themselves in a space. So that is what they want. But then they hide it under a religion as having a higher purpose. I think everybody has that broad understanding. So it is not essentially a religious thing, I don't think. I think it's
It
a
is. It
tribe
is.
and land grab thing.
Can I ask you a question, one man?
Yeah, go on.
Now, the question I want to ask you is that you said you're trying to make it look like it's not really religion; it's just a tribal thing. But one thing you realize is that these people called bandits, they're not just all Fulanis. There are some among them that are KANU'S among the Boko Harams. There are Shuwa Arabs among them. There are Fulanis among them. There are the KANU'S among them. And so, where is the tribe here? There's no tribe. I don't see any tribe here.
No, there's an overarching tribe, but the essential point is that the underpinning is criminality and the cover narrative to give it a
One man live
puritanical.
rational mind. Rational mind
No,
knows
no,
that
no.
there are
You see,
Kanuris, there
as
are
you
this.
yeah.
So if there are
Why
Kanuris,
do you
there are this. That means
think they
there are
have?
Yorubas
Why do
inside
you
the
think?
city.
Why do you think they have more respect for Gumi and other religious leaders to come and we meet with them and no other person? Why? Why?
So that's even one question. Now, my question to
That's
you,
a
one man.
distinction really that makes no difference. You know,
One
Gumi
man, let me
is
ask a question.
you know Gumi played himself into that space, and that space did not play itself into him. Gumi essentially inserted himself into that space and presented himself as a buffer between them and the government, which is a space that they needed somebody to occupy, and he just occupied it because they needed a buffer between their want and state. So he's just that buffer.
Well, my question to you now is this, one man. Now, if this guy is, let's assume that, I mean, we say it's hypothetical, but I know some people don't like answering hypothetical questions. But then let's just assume that these people get what they want. They took over all the space in the northern part of Nigeria. Now, what do you think they're going to establish as a religion? Are they going to allow
the religion that is already in what is the religion already in situation in most of those spaces?
There you go. I understand what you're saying, that there's an element of their criminality and whatever into what they're doing under the guise of religion. But the main thing there is the religion. In any way you dice it or slice it.
You mean they want to establish Islam in Sokoto?
Of course. They want to establish a caliphate.
So what is in Sokoto already?
No, that they don't consider that as
Thank you, one man.
What are you talking about?
Listen. What did
That's
Osama bin
what I
Laden?
don't
Let me say that. What did Osama bin Laden said to the royal families of the Saudi Arabia? He said he was going to take them down, and he will install himself as the caliphate there in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, and what did you understand by that?
That's to tell you that he doesn't consider them as a true Muslims. That
no. You see, that is the thing.
So
that was a power. That was a power grab.
Oh my
he
goodness.
wanted power.
You're trying to spin this whole thing around.
Now, what are you
That's
talking
a
about? It's a
power
power grab. That's a power grab now.
tussle.
That's a power tussle.
What is the power tussle there? What's the power tussle there?
He wants to occupy the space that they occupy, not because of any other greater reason than he wants to control the power that he sees them control.
But
It's
under
a power
what
tussle.
guise they come? Under what guise?
Come on.
One man, can I interject for a sec?
You're the one trying to spin this thing around. You're the one spinning it around. You're not really.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. That there are several layers to understanding, and it's always the real meat is always in the nuance, not in the in the front, in the headlines, but in the nuance. The headline is that he wants to do this because he doesn't like their slant on religion, but the nuance is that he feels that he has a family stool and he has a strong enough of a personality to occupy that power place that they occupy, and he wants to insert himself in that power place and move them out of the way. So that is the thing.
Under
So
what is he, what
it's
is he
always in
using?
the nuance.
What is he now using? Is it not the
It
same
was the
religion?
same narrative, but that's the cover story now. Is it not the same
Either
Boko
it's a
Haram
cover
narrative?
story
That's
or
the
not.
cover story.
Either that's the cover story or not. The point is that element is there because anything
Oh,
religion is
come
about
on,
power.
man.
Religion is about
Rational
power
man,
and
Mind.
control.
rational man. Let me say something.
No.
Let
There's
me
no
say
way.
something.
We are just trying to tweak this thing around
Taliban,
like as if it's of no
Taliban that took
importance.
over.
No, you just seem to
Taliban
go.
that
You,
took
you,
over.
are you? Hold on, sorry. Okay, sorry, Thomas. I interrupt too much. Go on, Thomas.
Taliban that took over in Afghanistan. Are you telling me their main purpose is religion? They want power.
But under what guise?
They
That's the
want
question.
power.
Let me ask a question.
Forget about religion there.
What do you understand by religion?
Religion is playing some roles there. But
what do you
these
understand by
people,
religion?
they want power.
Okay, let me ask you a question, rational mind.
Okay.
When the Europeans came to Africa, did they come to spread Christianity?
They did not start with Christianity.
Oh, right. But
No, they
that
did not start with
was that
Christianity.
not the cover story they used to take over Africa?
One man. I don't know
Was
the
that
history
not
you
the
read. I don't know the history you read.
They did not use Christianity as the cover story to.
They did not come with Christianity first.
All right.
First, they did not come with Christianity.
Okay, let's not go too deeply into that one. So, but let's abandon that space because it looks as though we'll never get anywhere with that, But I have a different take, and I think we all have individual takes on that space. But thank you all. That was quite engaging. But we've not even scratched the surface of that narrative. But certainly a place that we have to tackle in depth.
Yes, next time.
Yeah, but thank you. Let me go to Thomas, who has to leave us soon to go to work. So, Thomas, then, well, I've often come here to say that Tinubu essentially president-elect, and a lot of people recoil from that language. They say I am talking with a dirty mouth, but I am not the one talking with a dirty mouth now. Our former Kano governor, Shekarau, visits Tinubu, but we are in Bodilion. So this is now the thing now. Every and any single name that matter has gone to pay homage to that guy now. So then, should then people rethink then that my assertion that Tinubu essentially president-elect? Thomas.
One man, Tinubu, well done everybody. We are in morning here. Good morning or good evening where you are. Tinubu has paid his dues. He has paid his dues. Whether he's corrupt, whether we like him, whether we don't like him, whether there is bullion van in his house, whether he's powerful, whether he's this, the man is powerful. He has paid his dues. He has paid he has paid his dues. What I want you to understand is when Buhari contested for 3 times and he lost, Buhari, somebody took Tinubu and Buhari together. Tinubu told him, you are just ravaging North. You are said you are the big one in North. The northerner vote cannot make you a president of that nation. And they form alliance. That is what brought Buhari to us, if either good or bad. I will tell you as well, northerner as well, they will play the same gallery because northerner know they can't have this presidency without the southerner. There is nobody can be the president of that nation without the southerner. So they will play the same role. It's reverse the case. This is the pay time for Tinubu. It's only death, or if Tinubu decide he's not going to be Nigerian president, he wants to bring somebody else, can debar him of being that president. Or sickness, maybe chronic sickness that they can't hide. That man has paid his dues. Igbos, Hausas, even Hausas are endorsing him even more than Yorubas now. Do you see not? They have even make rice,
hold
bag
on.
of rice.
Who do you say is endorsing him?
The Northerners.
Okay. Do you mean like this? Do you mean like this?
Yanzu kudin da arewa gaba ɗaya shi ko aka mutunta shi. Ba a yi Tinubu.
There you are. Right. Tinubu Agbajoba. What more do you need? Tinubu Agbajoba.
So,
President-elect. President-elect.
The person that said Tinubu has Fulani's blood in his blood, they are not lying. This man has paid his dues. I've told you 3 things that can make him not to be the president. If he decides not to be a president, if he mistakenly died, or maybe God took him away before that 20th day, or chronic disease that he can't even stand up. So that man has paid his dues. If you like him or not, he has paid his dues. Even if it's corrupt, if it is not good for us, if it is this, if it is that, that man has paid his dues. Remember, we said the other time that more are coming for this pilgrimage to his house. So after this Shekarau, more are still coming. You will see them. They can't hide. We will see debate it in this place.
So is it game over then, Thomas? Tinubu, Bola Tinubu president-elect.
One man in UK, when he went for the medical checkup, his hip replacement, they are already calling him president.
Look at that.
Nobody disputes it. In the street of UK there, posters everywhere, big board everywhere, in train station, in everywhere. So what are we saying? I don't like his presidency. I would even prefer Atiku or what they call it, Oshibajo. But this man nobody can look at his face than said, no, you can't beat it. Even Buhari.
In fact, we should not even be discussing 2023 anymore. We should be discussing the composition of Tinubu's cabinets. That is really, because Tinubu now president-elect.
That is it. Even Buhari cannot look into his face that you can't be the next president.
You guys already elected him.
Yeah, well, it's the Nigerians that have elected Shekarau. We elected him now. Ganduje, Ojikalu, Fayemi, Akeredolu, Sowolu. These are the people that elected him. Now we are just passengers in the Nigerian bus.
And you know, Nigerian votes does not matter. Politicians decide who will be there, who will govern the country. That is where, when they are saying all these their primaries to elect the candidate, that they should stop giving it to the delegates. Every person that carries card as a member of a party should come and decide who will be their flag bearer. That is why politicians don't want that. They want to be in that caucus, in their own delegate, to choose who will be the flag bearer of the party. Because you know, if we have 1 million card carrier of a party, you can't manipulate 1 million people. It is not possible. But you can manipulate 3,000 delegates. You can manipulate 1,000 delegates to vote for you to be a flag bearer of your party. That is just Tinubu for president. Tinubu as a president, we declare him.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me go on to Ahizon and his Ja Rule slant on Islam. So, Ahizon, are you there with your Ja Rule?
Woman, let me just speak to that space and you take on to that Islamic thing. I will just let you know, anywhere you see any terrorist, Afghanistan today, it has been taken by Taliban. Their main focus is to take power. They are just hiding under that religious umbrella. Their main power is to take power. Their main motive is to take power from the Afghanistan. It's not about religion. If they took power, if they are not in power, who are they? They are Muslim. You can't change Taliban to Christian. They are already Muslim. So that is just my take about that.
Thank you. And I sort of that is essentially the point that I was trying to get across too. That you know, they are not converting Afghanistan to a religion, are they? Because Afghanistan already a mono religious space. So they might well want to apply a different brand of that religion just to justify their power grab, but it is just essentially a power grab. And that is what is playing out in the northern Nigerian space too. It's just a power grab, land grab, clove in religion. That's just my own understanding. But thank you, Thomas. So let's now go to Ahizan and Jaru. So Ahizan, to you. The northern groups, they are demanding the sacking of the National Security Advisor Monguno, and they are saying that, look, you are the National Security Advisor. Your job is to advise on ways to make the country safer. Not only have you not advised on ways to make the country safer, you've not even advised on ways to hold the country steady, but the country, conversely, is just regressing into an abyss of mindless criminality and savagery. So not fit for purpose is either you're complicit or incompetent. Either way, you're not fit for that office, and they're inviting Malam Buhari to get rid of him. So what are you making of this narrative then coming out of the north, Ahizan?
Yeah, well, I'm not too familiar with the story, so you have to excuse me. But is it the North only that's calling for his replacement?
It's a northern group, but that's just one of the several, because this is a recurring decimal within the space. It says the northern, a coalition of northern youth groups under the aegis of Northern Ethnic Group Assembly. So just a northern group essentially is what they're saying. And they are citing the level of savagery, which we have discussed at length, that is going on in the north. And they are saying you are the National Security Advisor. And they are saying that the level of savagery in Nigeria, within the Nigeria space, and especially in the north, is of historic proportion, that they are at levels that has never ever been witnessed before within the country, and there's no signs of it abating. And this guy sits in situation as the National Security Advisor. So what purpose does it serve in that space is what they're asking, and they're inviting Buhari to get rid.
Yeah, but the question they need to ask themselves is, when they were appointing the man as a National Security Advisor, why didn't they try to question his credentials, whether he should really have that position?
Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Because at the end of the day, if you are going to appoint someone to be National Security Advisor in the midst of an insurgency, not to mention essentially your country is under attack, you want to get the very best mind that has a body of work that supports fixing and dealing with that problem head on, that will come up with a strategy that will work very efficiently. You don't just pick someone that is just someone and throw him in there.
But it's not just someone, is he? He's a major general, so a retired major general, so an experienced military man, and he's from Borno State, which is the heartland of the insurgency. So the CV does apply to the space.
And that's my point. Are those two prerequisites enough to qualify him to be National Security Advisor? You know, this is part of the problem. Like listen to what you just said. You said Borno State, a major general. Okay, what was his body of work as a major general? What did he accomplish? I have an uncle of mine. He's actually passed away, so rest in peace to him. But he was a colonel in the Nigerian military, and during the time of Babangida, he got sent to America for training. He was an officer, and while he was there, they had he never really finished. And it was during the time that Babangida retired several officers, and he got retired while he was in America getting the training, and so he was actually stranded and had to go through some things. But the point I'm making is,
If you talk to people who are officers within the Nigerian military, they will tell you there's a lot of this cronyism, people that are not qualified, that don't have the body of work, being given positions that they have no business being in. So the question again that I would ask them is, why was Monguno qualified to be National Security Advisor? That is the question. And if they can
what
answer
disqualifies him? Do you know anything that disqualifies him?
And again, I don't know anything that qualifies him or disqualifies him. But again,
so you are not.
But one man,
really
this is a I'm not speculating. I'm asking a question. This is a fundamental problem in the Nigerian space. When you're facing an insurgency and your country is facing issues, whether or not you want to look at the issue in the East as a security issue, it is a security issue. You have challenges with insurgency, radical forms of Islam, you have Boko Haram, and then you appoint a guy, and then the country doesn't get any information. If you had said to me, well, Monguno was in Liberia and he worked with ECOMOG.
Well, I can't give you that, but
I'm using it as an example of a resume that would qualify him to be in that position. Or, he was in Liberia, he worked with ECOMOG, he was able to quell the rebels in Liberia, working with the Sierra Leoneans, and then he came back to Nigeria and spent another 8 years working under DSS as a director for whatever. Yes, no question, no one should drag it. This guy is qualified. But that is the point I'm making, is that sometimes we appoint these people into very sensitive positions, but no one really, if you look at when people are appointed, right, you don't really see them highlight the body of work that highlights why they're qualified for that position. They just announce the names. If you notice, next time anyone's appointed, do me a favor, just watch the procedure. You won't see. Meanwhile, if we're going to compare to like the US, when they appoint someone, they appointed someone to be a new member of the Joint Chief of Staffs, you will hear them break down the person's resume as the president is announcing his name, standing right next to him. There will be no question about the person's qualification. So that is the point I'm making. If the guy has been there, people from his region of the country are complaining that he hasn't taken any one concrete step. You have to ask yourself, was he really qualified in the first place to have that position? Or did Buhari just give a guy from Borno the position just because?
It was Chief of Defense Intelligence once upon a time. Chief of Logistics.
Chief of Logistics.
Yeah, Chief of Defense Intelligence.
Okay.
Can I interject?
It's a question I was asking. I'm not, because I don't have the information.
Sorry, come in, engineer. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother, I think all of us own that country apology, innit? Because the same question you're asking, we should ask ourselves, why do we appoint Buhari as a president?
well, my brother, look, the Buhari one, make we not even start to talk that one now because we're not going to finish. The thing is, it's not just Buhari. I remember one rational mind was talking about Ndume from Borno being re-elected without any competition. From the local government area I'm from in Delta State, we have a senator that has been there since 1991, unchallenged. Unchallenged. And I know for a fact he's unqualified. 100%. But
and here you are, an articulate, qualified man, just when should we come to your yard and come and blow grammar? I'm ready to come and blow grammar. You just pick a ticket. Let's come and blow grammar for you now. You don't want to...
my brother, this is the larger problem is what I'm trying to highlight, my brother, is that you're saying he was chief of defense.
I'm hopeful that somebody from this platform would tilt towards a political position so we can see if we can get somebody in. But sorry, carry on. And you sound like a possible
let me
candidate.
just say this: if I ever run for a position, I'm hiring Ajane Koko as my chief of staff.
There you are. He will come there and be saying to them, "What do you mean? What do you mean?"
Are you sure?
Ajane Koko will be the conscience of my campaign.
Are you sure?
Job is waiting for me, right?
Look at that. The dollars, you know.
At least I know I'll get the Southwest vote.
There you
But
are.
but one man is the question. I mean, just look at between both of us, and I don't know if anyone else can research this right now. This is what, but we can analyze the guy under a microscope and see. I might be wrong. Maybe this guy had done so many things to the point that they had to appoint him. But why was he appointed? Why was Buratai appointed? What qualified him?
Buratai used to be. It was a son of somebody that was a close confidant and a loyalist to Buhari, and that was what qualified him to be the chief of army staff, because he was the son of Buhari's party man.
Godfatherism.
This is it. Do
You see?
you know what qualifies Abubakar Malami to be the justice person? He was the lawyer for CPC and Buhari's personal lawyer when he was in the wilderness, and he was acting for him pro bono. And that was what qualified him to be the Minister of Justice. This is it. This is what we're going. This is why we are where we are.
Yes, and one man. So my point then would be to this northern youth. Where was your outrage when they were playing politics with a position that was affecting your very life? Where was your outrage when they appointed this guy and you didn't bother to even see who are they?
No, there was nothing to suggest that he will be as ineffectual as he has turned out now to be. Hindsight is a wonderful.
Let me give you an analogy. In your state, your local government, if it's happening anyways, but so let me not say if headsmen were attacking and killing people there in your own local government.
I've not heard that from my local government.
But from what I've heard, Oyo State is being overrun by headsmen.
Who told you that? No, you're laughing.
Okay, no problem. Okay, let's assume.
We have things buried in the ground in Oyo, Okay. You have things buried in the ground. You don't know, but you will. You try. We have things buried in the ground, But carry on.
Oh my goodness.
But let's say for the sake of saying that they were attacking your, and then Makinde decides to appoint someone to be the chief security person for that local government. If they go and pick a school teacher, on a no go vex, come out the guy head. That's the point I'm making.
No, that's a false and that's a wrong analogy.
No, but the point I'm making is
this guy has the paperwork to occupy that space. He's a military man.
He was a major
He's a
general.
senior military man. He was a chief of intelligence for the Defense Academy. He was a commandant. These are all of the things. Nobody's a perfect fit.
Okay,
but
so he was chief
sufficient
of
enough in terms of credentials to occupy that.
Okay,
that
so
space.
he was chief of intelligence for the Defense Academy.
No. He was chief of defense intelligence.
Chief of defense intelligence.
Yes, which is a form of that's almost an NSA position in itself.
Okay, so you're saying he was qualified?
Well, I no, I'm not saying he is fully qualified, but there's sufficient enough on his CV to see him in that position.
Okay, so on paper he's qualified for the position.
Well, somewhat.
Okay, so then maybe there's another thing that's preventing him from not doing his job.
He's not competent because, like I said, on paper. But the wider question is that if he's demonstrably incompetent, then why is he in situation? This is the real thing, the argument, because you went probably around when I was reading it out. One of the arguments that they are making, this Northern Youth Group, is that this guy was part of the set of Burutai, etc., those service chiefs that were let go for being ineffectual. So he was part of that set when they were appointed in situation in the first place. So what these people are saying is, if these people were ineffectual to the point that you had to let them go, why is this guy then that was part of that class not let go when he, above all else, is demonstrably ineffectual? Is either complicit in what is going on or ineffectual? Either way, not fit for purpose.
Yeah, and look, if he clearly hasn't done his job right, and they should change him. But the analysis of the situation is, why was he there in the first place? The president appointed him. This is why people say the buck stops with Buhari. Buhari is at fault. He's the one that is responsible. He appointed this guy. The man hasn't done anything. Buhari himself has not done anything. So it's one of those things where
Do you know what the wider okay, sorry, finish your thought. I just
No,
jumped
I
in.
was just gonna say it's one of those things where yes, this northern group has the whatever to call for his resignation, but at the end of the day, it's up to the executive to decide what he wants to do. This is not the first time people outside of northern groups have been calling for the resignation and changing of a lot of these people, and they haven't done anything. So,
Do you know what I'm sure you do know what the wider problem is, but the wider problem especially with this Buhari administration, is that since he came into office, he has signaled that he's only really going to recruit any meaningful position from his own kit and kin. So that is what he has indicated. That itself a problem, but that's not the biggest problem. He wants to recruit only from the north, and if he really has his way, Hausa Fulani, or if he really, really has his way, a Fulani man. That is a problem, but not a problem. Where the problem is that there is not sufficient enough of a stock of people in that demography that are of the caliber to occupy the offices that are strategic to the Nigerian state. So they don't have, because they don't have quality people amongst these people. We know that.
but one man,
So
let me play devil's advocate for a second
yeah.
here. And take a little play out of your book. Aren't you speculating that the intent for Buhari was to select people from his ilk that don't meet the standard and to fill key positions? Because people that are supporters of Buhari, like if, for instance, if Jafar was here right now,
No, he's here. He's in the comment section. This is him making noise in the comment section.
He
He's
would
too
tell you
scared
that.
to come on because he can see Ajale Koko and he doesn't want to get a bloody nose again.
Yeah, he will tell you that. They will tell you it's not true, that the Buhari has hired more southerners or non-northerners to
we
key
all know that's a
positions.
nonsense. We all know that's a nonsense.
Yeah.
When Buhari came into situation, remember he made no recruitment for 6 months, and they say they are taking their time to get the right people for the right positions because the job that is at hand was so enormous. So that's what they told us, and that made sense. But then when they came towards the end of those cooling off period and they started to make the appointment, you immediately knew what was going to happen for the next 8 years. They would tell you, Danladi Mukhtar, Bayo Okechukwu, Danladi Mukhtar, Bayo Okechukwu. That was what happened 6 months into Buhari administration. And then the T-boy, Efyong, because Efyong is always the T-boy. But then, that was what, I mean, there's no person of cranial functioning that would even argue the point that Buhari only seeks to recruit from his own type.
I agree. I agree with you.
He's not trying to hide it. He does it openly in open glare. He will retire people till he lands on his clansman that is not fit for the job.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just that when the counter argument you hear from his supporters is that that's not true, and that he has really appointed all these people. After all, this person has this position. After all, this person is Minister of State for Petroleum. He's from the Niger Delta. This person is from here. Fashola had a position with it in his government.
Yes, and okay, so let's look at Fashola then, and you see that is the thing that makes the point. Fashola, a real bureaucrat, a real details man, a man of doing, is a man of doing. He was a super minister, and all of the portfolios that Fashola was had oversight over when he was that super minister. This guy was never off the television stations giving account of where they are and where they were projecting to be. We've got Sukuk money to do this stretch of road. If you go to that Benin or a road that he secured the Sukuk money for, he was then narrating then the difficulties of the power sector, that the contracts, the discourse that they gave these power structures to, a lot of them were portfolio companies that just got it through political. So, and then he was telling us about the value chain of the electricity from grid, from plant to home. So all of that he was saying. So that is a minister. They then took that portfolio from Fashola and gave it to a guy called Maman Saleh, who claims to be an engineer, cannot even structure a simple sentence. He will just go there and look gumless, and they will ask him questions and he will speak gobbledygook. So that is the thing, just that. And if you take that Maman Saleh, that is the replication all the way through. Burutai not fit for purpose. The first police commissioner, the first IGP. Do you know why that guy got that job? Because he secured Kanu for them. This is the thing during the election with the Goodluck Jonathan 2014-2015. So it's just oh man, it's an awful mess. Yeah,
it's a royal mess, and that's why I asked the question I asked earlier, because you kind of see the situation that, okay, you appoint all these people, and to your point, he waited 6 months before he started appointing. What was that wait for if you are going to start filling the government with
empty heads?
Yes, so that especially when you are facing a security situation, that it becomes a national security problem. If you are facing a situation where lives are being lost on a daily basis, people are being displaced, all these things are happening, and then you're now appointing people that don't have the pedigree to go in there to create this. I don't even know if this guy ever announced one strategy for fixing this problem. Engineer, did you hear a strategy from him or how he was going to rejig the security? You see, nothing. Nothing. You just go in there and you're like, okay, I have this position, and people are still dying.
You know what happens? They will call a meeting and then they'll say, "Oh, the president has called it a meeting of the security chiefs." Do you know what they always say? This phrase, it really irritates me, because they say, and he has given them their marching orders. This is what he has given them, their marching orders. As though just immediately they sprung out of those seats and they slapped the insurgents down with one fell swoop.
They get
marching order.
And nothing ever done.
How many marching orders has this guy given to those people? He's giving them their marching order.
They get marching order all the time.
Yeah.
And the situation gets worse every day.
It's a farce.
They need Ajale Koko to come in.
Yes,
no, and you know what? And every time something changes, like recently now, they said, "Oh, now we've labeled them as terrorists. So now the gloves are off, and we're going to deal with them with the level of seriousness they deserve." And I'm just listening. I'm like,
meanwhile, they are throwing rockets at Maiduguri.
They are killing your people, and you haven't dealt with them with the seriousness they deserve. Your citizens are getting murdered. And Buhari. So here's my thing. Let me even go on a rant with this guy in office. People in Benue have been being massacred since he came in office. In Borno, he hasn't gone there. What kind of commander-in-chief does not go?
This guy never gone nowhere. You know how many people they kill in Sokoto, Kaduna, everywhere. Where is that place? Is it not Plateau that they kill about 200 people recently? Did he go?
Yeah.
Even when his chief of army staff died in that aircraft, did he go?
He did go for his funeral. Yes.
Did he go?
No.
Do you know that they've put that question to Femi Adesina? Do you know what he said? I tried to mimic his voice, but I never seemed to get it right. He said, "Oh, I used to do a subject in a school called stylistics. Stylistics. It is not the president's style. He has appointed people and he would giving them instructions." This is what he's saying. They are saying the president is not showing face at the pain points of the country. He said it's a matter of style. It's not a style to show that he cares about the people. That he's just
one man.
and the frustrating thing is, when terrorists now kill some people in France, they will be flying to France to go and show solidarity with the French government. Meanwhile, 200 people in your country just died a week ago, and you didn't even bother to go, a couple of kilometers from Aso Rock to go and see the situation. This is the fundamental problem. So if you don't value human life of your citizens, will you be bothered to appoint the right person that can actually fix the situation? The answer is no. You won't take he doesn't take the situation with the level of seriousness that it deserves. Meanwhile, he used the security argument to get elected. He won't be in office today if they want these.
He was not elected for his economic know-how or his human touch or his functioning in any. The only thing that justifies Buhari is security. He was a former general, is a stern man, and he would deal with insecurity. That was the only thing. That was the only thing.
You want to hear something crazy? Boko Haram got Buhari into Aso Rock.
Of course.
And you want to hear a conspiracy? And maybe, and I'm speculating, so before you attack me, maybe that's why he took it easy with them once he got in. Because they got him elected. That's right.
You mean the narrative got him elected? The narrative.
Boko Haram's violence created a distrust of GEJ, and people said they can't trust him with the security of the nation. And this man came riding in on the argument that
that's not a conspiracy theory. Now that was what happened.
No. That part is not. So the first part of what I said is factual. Boko Haram got Buhari into Aso Rock. Now, the conspiracy is maybe that's why he decided to take it easy on them after he got in, because you remember there was a time where Boko Haram was nominating Buhari to be their spokesperson when they were trying to mediate. So when he now entered office, he now said, okay, maybe I shouldn't go as hard on these people. Maybe that's why he has even given them amnesty. And you see a Nigerian military officer saying any Boko Haram can aspire for any office in that country. Tomorrow, that Nigerian military guy will make a case on his resume that he was in charge of the forces fighting Boko Haram, and he will get a security position like the National Security Office that this guy is arguing that he should get. This is what happens in that country. This is what happens. The same guy that's on camera saying any Boko Haram member can aspire to any position in Nigeria. He said it. A security official.
What did you understand by that comment?
He essentially said, we are going to pardon them, and essentially their slate is wiped clean, and they can aspire to anything. I took it very literally, because that's what he said.
No,
and I don't think
that's not a literal. That's an interpretation. That is your interpretation.
No. That's what he said. One man. He said any Boko Haram member can aspire to any, and I'm quoting here, to any position in Nigeria.
Yes.
You don't see anything wrong with that?
No. But what is wrong with that? What do you see wrong with that?
Everything is wrong with it. It's a national it's security issue.
Terrorists to aspire for political position.
No. He didn't say a terrorist. He said a Nigerian.
He said he can aspire to any position in Nigeria.
Yes. And who are they? Those Boko Harams.
Boko Haram, they are terrorists. They are mass murderers.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So that disqualifies them, but their Nigerianness qualifies them.
No. Because of who they are, it automatically disqualifies them.
To
the point where they shouldn't. Honestly,
but their Nigerianness doesn't.
They shouldn't be running for any office. They should be tried.
No, he said they can aspire too.
No, he said this in the context of their pardon. So they were pardoning them.
No, did he say they were pardoned?
No, this was when they were being pardoned. This was when Boko Haram members were being pardoned. They interviewed the guy and he said any Boko Haram member can aspire to any position in Nigeria. This was when they said, "Oh, well, not all Boko Haram people were this and that," and had a bunch of them that they had dressed in white, and they were pardoning them. Some of them they were giving jollof rice.
Hold on. It's a pickpocket, the same level of criminal as a mass murderer.
Well, is the pickpocket in the same gang as the mass murderer?
Even if it was.
Like, no, yeah, okay. If they're in the same gang and the pickpocket was standing there while the mass murderer was killing the whole family.
That wasn't
wait. One man. The argument you're trying to make right now doesn't even hold water at all. So let's not even go there.
Then why are you running away from it? Why are you running?
I'm not running away from it. You're saying is a pickpocket the same as the mass murderer? My comeback to you is, if the pickpocket and the mass murderer were in the same gang, then yes, because there's something called being a complicit after the fact. So essentially, if that murderer was killing 10 people and that pickpocket was standing,
that's not a pickpocket now. That's an accomplice to murder.
Okay, so
I'm talking about a pickpocket.
No. If a Boko Haram member,
you know where I'm going. That's why you are running.
No, but we're talking in the context of Boko Haram. The comparison you're trying to make doesn't hold now, because we're talking about an organization.
Let one man tell us what is trying to say.
No. What I am saying is that Boko Haram space is a broad church. It's a broad church. So when they are saying they are pardoning Boko Harams, so this Boko, and by the way, there's a lot of victimhood in that Boko Haram space as well. People that are conscripted against their will into something that is not their want. So there's that element to it as well. I think we all know that. So there's Boko Haram light, there's Boko Haram medium, and there's Boko Haram heavy. So that is where the analogy is between a pickpocket and a mass murderer. So a Boko Haram might not be a Boko Haram.
When it comes to terrorism, once you are members, you are regarded. There is no light. There is no all this category that you are telling us. They are terrorists. They are killers. And they should be dealt with according to the law. What does the law say?
No, but what I'm saying
is, the law say about terror?
No.
What does the law of Nigeria recommend against terrorism? Answer me.
That is not the point, though.
That is the point. Look, terrorist is a terrorist. There's no coloration. There's no light. There's no medium grade. There's no high grade.
Let's explore that space. Is it every Boko Haram member that carries a gun and goes around shooting?
It doesn't matter whether they carry gun or no gun. Once they are member, you are found in their enclave. You're a terrorist.
Is it 100%. Every Boko Haram that volunteers to the space? There is a willing.
That question should not even come to place. One man. Terrorist is a terrorist.
You want somebody to be a victim twice. Do you want people to be victim?
Let me tell you one man.
Double jeopardy.
Let me tell you, all of them have different functions. Some of them are intelligent. Some of them are like they cook. There are some that farm for them. They have different. They know themselves in their enclave, and they are all terrorists. They have the same objective.
Some of them
have the same ideology.
Hold on. Some of them are unwittingly Boko Harams. They are unwittingly Boko Harams.
No. There's no way you can describe that.
One man.
There's no way
one man
can describe that.
How do you then begin to differentiate who is who based on their narrative, based on what they tell you?
No.
Based on the victims.
How do you mean?
So if you arrest a bunch of people and they say, I didn't want to join, they came to my village, they gave me gun and forced me.
You establish their level of involvement. But whatever technique that the expertise facilitates.
You see, this is what I'm saying. It's not as clear.
That's the way they will get you.
Yes, it's not
the way they will lie. Do you think they want to tell you that they are terrorists? If you find any one of them in their enclave, they are terrorists. They kill people.
Okay, let me paint you a scenario. Imagine then Mama Put in Borno State that has this young, rich boys that comes to our shop every so often to buy food and to josh around. She asks them what they do. They tell her they are businessmen. And then suddenly one day the police swoop up that whole canteen, buka, and they sweep up Mama Put as the cook for Boko Haram. So Mama Put now, she in actual practice is the cook for Boko Haram, but she's unwittingly the cook for Boko Haram. Do you see? So there's Boko Haram light, there's Boko Haram medium, and there's Boko Haram heavy.
No, one man, you are wrong. Let me tell you, if that it's a scenario come to play, that is where our intelligence will set in, our intelligent capability will set in. Intelligent have to investigate and determine whether Mama Put is lying or not.
But that's the point
so
I'm making now.
They won't just come to judgment. This is what we are saying that, no. A nation that does not have, or rather have poor intelligent gathering cannot win war. That is the nation you have.
All right.
Look, America fought this war
they don't have
Okada.
intelligence gathering, and they rendered Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria.
No. Forget about that scenario. That one, forget about that one.
Is that not
okay?
Tracking?
They can go that far. They can go that far. They have the strength. Hold on, woman. So they have the strength to go that far and get Kanu in Kenya.
They tracked him from London to Kenya.
Yes, they could do that.
Is that not intelligence?
That is fine. So they could do that, but they don't have the intelligence to save millions of people that are killed in the northern Nigeria every day. They don't have it.
Well, they do.
No, answer me now. So the people,
that's a good question.
People that are being killed on their ancestral home,
it's a good question,
homeland,
but not the right question.
People are being eliminated, children being sold off, and all these things. So it is normal. It is good. It is not normal, but so that is the way you should operate. And you are saying that they don't have intelligence to win war, but they can have intelligence to go after voice of dissent. Because you know why? Because we don't carry arms against them. Nnamdi Kanu does not carry arms against them. Igbo does not carry. That's why they could get those ones. They are defenseless. Because they are defenseless people. They are armless people.
Kanu is defenseless.
But those other guys in the northern place that have gone, that are killing the military, that are, taking over their super camp. I never heard super camp in my life, only in Nigerian context. Super camp and all the military camp that these guys went and dislodged, took all their arms. So where's your intelligence? Where is your intelligence? Where is your country intelligent? But they can go after people like us. Do you know why are we all covering our face on your platform? Because some of us, we travel to Nigeria. We don't want them to go after us, to kill us. Because we are harmless people. We are defenseless people. You have criminal in government, criminal that are governing your space. Any voice of difference, they want to kill it. But all those criminals in the bush that are killing our people, they cannot go after them. Because those ones are well armed. They cannot face them.
All right. That's a different
one man can interject for himself, please.
Yeah, come in, because we're coming towards the end. That
no, just a quick one, one man. Just a quick one.
Come in. Let's hear from you. Yeah.
I just wanted to know where you're getting that ideology of Boko Haram, medium, light, and heavy, because it sounds very funny.
It's just logic, isn't it? It's just logic.
One man is ignorance. Hold on, it's ignorance.
It's
ignorance.
It is not, though. It is not.
One man is ignorance and excuse to law, to committing crime. I'm asking you.
No, it is not. It is not. You cannot say that they are all of the same weight. Can you? Can you say they are all of the same weight?
Not in this context. Stop using that word. Stop using that word. Stop using that word.
You cannot differentiate. You can't differentiate today. This one is that. Look.
Stop that segment of
hold on. Let me give you an
and heavy. It doesn't.
Sorry, hold on, Ajale Koko. Ejiro, I asked you a question now. Are they all of the same weight?
Break it down. All of the same weight in what sense? You break it down.
Okay. Let's say, for instance, let's use an organization. Let's use a bank. Is everybody that you say they are all bankers, but are they all of the same weight? You know, there are different stratas in every structure.
No. You're using wrong analogy.
Yeah, that's the wrong.
That's the wrong analogy.
Sorry, Ajalekoko. Let's hear from Ejiro. That was the wrong analogy, but the general point is still the same. There are different stratas in every organization. There are do you concede that there are different levels in any organization? Do you agree with that?
One man, I asked you a question, you didn't answer mine. You're asking me another question on top. I asked you that is ignorance an excuse to law, to committing crime?
No.
You didn't give me an answer.
No. Ignorance is not an excuse in law.
Okay, I'm going somewhere. That's why I asked you that. So you asked your question. What were you asking me now? Because I'm going to come back.
Go with your question. No. Go with what you're saying. Take me through what you want to take me through.
Okay, if it's not, then how come the word terrorist, they say terrorist, and now you are now like giving a segment, different segments to read, partitioning it, saying light, medium, and heavy. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, it doesn't augur well in the ear.
Okay, so I'm talking about levels of participation.
Either way you are talking about it, it doesn't make sense, because a terrorist is a terrorist. That is my take on it.
How so?
What do you mean, how so? You are saying there's a light terrorist, there's a medium terrorist, and there's a part of heavy of it. That is where I don't agree with you.
What I am saying essentially is that this space is.
Let me ask one man one question. Let me ask one man one question. The financiers of these terrorists, how do you classify them?
I see them as the top end.
Okay, they are the top end, but they are not in the field fighting.
No, they are not in the field. They are not in the field, but they are at the top end. They are even worse than the people in the fields.
Okay, the one that is cooking for them in the bush, how do you classify him?
It depends on.
No. Don't say the one that is cooking, the cook. For those terrorists,
there are two types of cook. Is it the mama put that I described?
No, not your mama, not your mama put. Your mama put is outside. It's not in the bush with them. The one where they cook for them inside the bush, where they're
he's also complicit. He's also complicit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what are you trying to differentiate? Why are you trying to say one is this thing?
Okay.
Let me now. We have gone from the top now, as you described. Their financier is the top mode.
Hold on, we're talking now. Let me now ask you a question.
Yes.
What about when they sweep through a community, they capture young people, they indoctrinate them and drug them up, and they give them these young persons weapons? Let's use an example of a young person of that description. So they've given him a weapon, but he has not had cause to use that weapon. So if they capture all of them then, and this young person then is weaponized, what is he? What is that young person?
He's a terrorist.
Is a terrorist?
Yes.
A young boy that was captured against his will.
Oh, yeah, he's a terrorist. Once he has been indoctrinated and given weapon to go and fight, he's a terrorist.
Okay.
What of those? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question.
No, because I'm not. No, don't ask me. Follow through what you're saying. That guy now, in that strata that I've just described, where does he fall? That boy that was captured, forced into a situation, given a weapon, but has not actually carried out a terrorist act. Where does he fall in the strata? Who is he?
He is a terrorist. The moment they are... Look, that is the way. Hold on, one man. If you want to use that to excuse that guy or exonerate that guy from the crime, that means we are not fighting the war. The strategy they use is they capture people and conscript them in to their fold. That is how they recruit most of the time. And once you are with them, you started carrying arms, you started killing people, you are part of them. There's nothing to say, oh, you are captured in your village and you are indoctrinated. No. Fighting terrorism, I mean, you cannot exonerate anybody that's been part of them. The way they conscript him or the way they get him into their fold does not matter. The moment he has joined their fold, except you escape and you run to the authority and go and say, this is my situation. That you are giving it up voluntarily.
No,
that means you are giving it up voluntarily. You are reporting, and when it comes to that, they will extract. They will get some information. They will get some information, some intelligence.
Just steady down, Ajale Koko. For reasons of time, let's not go too heavy. Let's go just step by step. That person that you have described, they conscript him, they weaponize him. He does he's done acts of terrorism against his will, maybe, but he's certainly taking lives. But then he manages to escape and then goes to the authority and then leads them to that camp. So that is one story. So weigh that against now. A similar guy, he was conscripted, weaponized. He has not carried out any act of terrorism, but then they capture him in the midst of the terrorists. So who then is the terrorist amongst those two?
Well, this is where the intelligent will set in. Intelligent have to investigate his story. Oh,
no, we are taking the story to be true. No, hold on now. We are taking the story to be true. So we're not saying is it lying. We are taking those two stories to be true. But who is the terrorist amongst the two?
Among the two,
yes,
none of them is a terrorist. Because if the intelligent do their work and discover that this one they capture in their midst was just, happened to be what do I say?
Forcibly taken. Yeah.
Yes, forcibly taken. Maybe not too long ago, because it depends. If you have been forcibly taken like 3 years, you cannot, there's nothing you could do. You are part of them. You have been operating with them. But if not too long, and you said, this is what happened in my village, they took me away, and this is where I am, they have to investigate to get the fact, because terrorists lies. Terrorists lies. Once they are captured, they will lie because they don't want to be killed. They don't want to be killed. They will lie. So we have to have intelligence. Our intelligence must be strong on the ground to help us in the fight against these people. If you don't have a strong intelligence gathering, you don't have strong intelligence on the ground, there's no way you can win the war against terrorism. And that is the problem Nigeria have. Nigeria does not have a very strong intelligence gathering. And that is why you see these people ravaging. They are moving from one state to the other and dislodging our people everywhere, killing at spree as they like. Every day, thousands of people killed, taking over villages, setting up their own camp and their own authority everywhere. So, one man, let me ask you one question before we drop this thing. You know, some ladies went with their boyfriends to Syria from London. Some white lady.
Yeah, I know that narrative, but yeah, carry on, yeah.
Why were they not allowed back into Britain? Why were they not, even though they were British, why were they not allowed back?
Yeah, no, because they willingly went to sign up.
They willingly
went to sign up.
What happened before they were lured?
They were not.
No, they were lured by their husband, by their boyfriend. They were lured. They were lured. Some of them does not know what they were lured by their husband and by their boyfriend. Some follow their boyfriend there.
Committed acts of terror as well. Those ladies, but
that is why.
What's the name? The engineer is falling asleep now. I was going to ask him something bigger. That's the name of the person that I think you're referencing. But
Yeah, it's a white lady. They didn't let her come back. Do you think they don't like that? But they don't want a situation where one will infiltrate a terrorist, will infiltrate other people in their space, and then turn their space into terrorist camp. They don't want it.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're coming up to the 4-hour mark, so we will start to round off here, and I'll start to take closing remarks. Just rapid closing remarks. I was going to start from engineer, but I think only in his dreams now. Look at that. He's probably snoring. No, it's only because he's on mute. Look at that. Look at that. Can you say engineer? Ajanle Koko.
He's already dreaming.
He's already in the dream world. So thank you, engineer. Is that origin? You have to stop or slow it down. But we go then to I don't think we have Thomas anymore either, because he said he was leaving for work. So Thomas would have left us. So then do we have UK? I'm not sure if we do have UK. Because,
I'm here.
All right, then UK, you're first.
Yeah, but we are doing fundraising. But let me just talk. Let me be very. We are doing fundraising because my village, we are trying to help people for medical and educational comes. So that's what we're doing.
Well done. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. So I heard everything you guys said now, but at the same time, where we are coming from, the government, they already tell us. So as individual, at least any way you can help your community, charity begins at home. I mean, we'll start, because if we are waiting for this government, I mean, nothing will be done in that country. So everybody should just, take up the bull by the horn, go to your various, community and help the way you can help. That's all I want to say. Let me go back to my meeting.
Thank you, engineer. Good of you to take the time off. So that's the name I was looking for, Shamina Begum. So thank you for that. So from engineer, we go on to Ejiro. So Ejiro, your words.
Yeah, my closing remarks. One man, thank you very much. Very interesting topics today. You see, like I always say, and I will say again, Nigeria is not working, and it will never work. Let's not deceive ourselves, Too many atrocity, havoc happening in that country. The best way is for us to go our separate ways. So let's break up Nigeria now and save lives. Thank you, woman. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. Sorry you couldn't get the time to talk as much. Hopefully you.
No, it's okay. I understand. That's okay. My little
right,
input is appreciated as well. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. So from Ejiro, let's go on to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank our friends who are in the chats, chatting and all of that. Well, for me, I think we've flogged this topic over and over again. I know a lot of people knows my stand here, that religion is a real big issue in the calculation in that country. There's no way Nigeria can move forward if that religion thing in the north is not dealt with. And like I said here on this platform, they raised a python that is now constricting them. And that's what it is in the north. I find it very difficult in fact, it's almost impossible for me to see how that region will become peaceful again without that religion being taken out. And taking out that religion will be a problem. So like Ejiro said, in conclusion, will be all Israel, everybody to your tent. But I doubt if that's going to happen. And that's why the people from the north, they keep fighting that they do not want a redoing of the constitution, or perhaps a restructuring and all of that. That is why they keep using our politicians in the south to put any insurrection down. I mean, any people who resist, who seems to want to champion secession, because they know they have nothing to offer. Everything we bring forward, it's a problem. The structure problem, fiscal federalism problem, secession problem. I mean, what do these people want? And your region is ravaged. It's almost a war zone. And then they know if we from the south should go, a lot of things will go wrong in that place. And we might not be safe in the south too, because we're gradually making incursion down south. But then, if we don't do something about this whole thing in the north, that Nigeria will go up in flame. And that's all I have to say. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Always a delight, and a particular delight today because it's been quite an engaging session. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Tony. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Anyway, if you let me contribute for maybe 2 minutes, I don't know. So
yeah, carry on, Tony. Yeah, we've not heard from you yet. Yeah.
Anyway, so now we're done. They try to cool down now, make it not be like say at the steady show. You know what I'm saying, or make it not go to offend you again. No wahala. So just that I was about to contribute the other time when Rational Mind was trying to speak. So Rational Mind has got it right. That is, but let me just help him out there. That because the question you were posing to him, like how is religion be the blah blah blah. So if they cancel Sharia, because Sharia is what gave birth to Boko Haram and Islam or whatever, so that is the root causes of all the whole problem we have in Nigeria. And if you look at the situation right now, the northern part of Nigeria is looking like Europe as a result of the war. So they are just directing all the whole money that they are realizing from our places in the south to that place. Either by the way, by way of stealing the money or constructing their roads so that those war machines can pass through. This is too painful. If you look at the Oyo State, Edo State, Onitsha State, everywhere is just everywhere don't dabaru. So if they cancel the Sharia law, and then are you not scared of the type of uniform that they use in the north? When you see when they flash their pictures or their videos on the TV, international TV, they say this is Nigeria. Are you in Pakistan or Iran? When you look at those, those students with they look like masquerades. So I don't know. So next time, we have to reserve this something to this to next time, because you see your time is already up right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take much of your time, sir. Kind of self-control today. I don't want to take most of your time, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Tony, you can interject, because that is what we do here. If you feel that you want to say something to what somebody is saying, you can interject. All I was asking you to do, and all I do ask anybody to do, is to try and cooperate with me so that I can manage the space. Otherwise, it will be chaos, and then it's no value to anybody. But speak freely, because we delight in hearing from you. So Tony, now a new voice to conjure with. Tony, thank you for coming, and hope we see you again. So from Tony, we go on to Ola. Ola, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, and I've enjoyed myself. Only that I wish more people can just all come online so that we can gang up against one man and, and one Nigeria. So now it has been a good evening, and we've learned a lot. And I don't have much to say. That if people feel they enjoy this program, why not just please apply thumb up so that this the YouTube algorithm can get this into a wider crowd or audience, so that we can bring more people with varying opinion, good, very nice qualities to contribute to the show. So at this now, I know that I believe that Nigeria will soon get it right. But for how long we are going to get it right, I don't know. Like one man said, he said, no, like one barrister said, he said, yeah, Nigeria cannot be remade if it is not broken. So I think Nigeria is being broken down now. I think it's going to be broken down, and Nigeria is going to be remade. But whether we are going to sustain that or whether we should go our individual ways is what is meant to be seen. Left to me alone, I want Yoruba nation. If you like, call it Odudua. I believe Biafra 1, Biafra 2, and those that want religion, they can just go and settle with their religion. So thank you, everyone. I know that we are going to get something better tomorrow. Have a good night. Have a good morning, wherever you are.
All right, thank you, Ola. Always a delight. So, Ola, ladies and gentlemen. So, from Ola, we go on to Ahizon. Ahizon, to you.
One man. Yeah, so very, very nice conversations today. I want people to understand one of the key benefits of this platform is that we can have conversations and debates which help us sharpen our knowledge through exchanges of ideas and dialogue. And I think through that process, we all learn different things because we see different perspectives. So I think it's very important to have these dialogues and to always, embrace it. I know sometimes people take things personal, not to take them personal, and try to see what the main point of the debate is, especially as it relates to the entire country. But I think that is one of the richness of your platform, One Man, and so definitely encourage it to continue to push it as a platform for healthy dialogue, for exchange of ideas, for learning from each other, from trying to understand different perspectives. And I leave it at that. Thanks again for having me, and thanks for chatting with everyone.
All right, thank you, Aizon. You've been with us today, man and boy, from work to almost to bed. But thank you, Ahizon. You don't spend enough time here. I always complain, but I can't complain today because you have given us sufficient enough of your time. So, Ahizon, ladies and gentlemen, a voice you all delight with. The voice that you, of course, all want to hear, the mighty Ajan Lekoko. So, Ajan Lekoko, take it home for us.
Thank you, One Man. Thank you, everybody that came on the platform today. Your thoughts have been very meaningful, and I believe that it has gone wide and will go wide to enlighten our listener all over the world. The problem we have in Nigeria, particularly in the northern part of the country, religion is the root of the problem that has that is it's religion that does not make the leaders in the north give their people Western education. It's the religion that brought the idea 12 states during the time of Obasanjo gathering together and coming up with Sharia law. That was the religion that was behind that. And it's the religion that has caused the reason for Boko Haram to spring up and cause a lot of havoc that we have seen in the north. Religion has brought havoc, religious hatred against others' religion. So if we don't tackle the issue of religion well in that country, particularly in the northern Nigeria, there is no way there will be peace.
And right now, the northern Nigeria is being ravaged by terrorism that came to existence as a result of religious ideology. And from Boko Haram, we have found ISWAP, we have found all this one they called banditry. It is unfortunate that that country is facing this. The country facing instability, is facing economic instability, political instability, instability everywhere. How could that country survive? So if the country, as we know, is moving towards disaster, why can't we just do something to prevent it? And the only thing we can do to prevent it is to break the country up, because the country looks like it's unmanageable. They cannot manage. The set of leadership we have cannot manage the resources of that country well. The natural resources cannot be managed well. The human resources cannot be managed. Nothing can be managed well. Let us break it into small units. So we reduce the problem, we solve it. Let's solve it right from there to smaller units and leave each unit to solve their problem in their own way. So that is the best solution to that country. It doesn't mean that we cannot work together as brothers. It doesn't mean that we cannot have relationship together. It doesn't mean that we can't have anything to do with each other again, because we've been together for we've been merged together since 1914 amalgamation. So, but solutions have to be brought into play, and the best is to break it up and let smaller unit break into smaller unit, so that the smaller the problem to each unit, the better it can be solved. So other than that, let me thank one man again, thank everybody, thank our viewers all over the world. Those of you that are listening, that particularly if you are listening to us for the first time, please subscribe, share, like, and click on the notification button, so that anytime one man went to Mo is going on live, you can get notification. And today's session is it's a good one. Thank you, one man, and I hope we see tomorrow again, God's willing.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So, as ever, Ajan Lekoko rounds things up for us. So, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. And it's just, you see, this is the delight of this platform. At least for me personally, I can only speak for myself. We came in with a whole bunch of talking points, but the space was only insistent on speaking to a particular narrative. So, the goings on in the north, of course, and what underpins it was what we were trying to unravel. We spent close to 2 hours on that session, and I'm not sure that we really unraveled anything. So that is just how complex that space is, but we'll continue to speak to it till we'll find a pathway through the myriads of shrouds and shrubbery that is in the space. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.